All right. All right. Time for another video about Heidegger and my endless notes. So we got pretty close to finishing the book. We only have a few notes left. So let's get this going. So the next note is page 232, which is shortly after it starts, and the chapter starts, that is. And it's chapter 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. The Tao points to natural laws of the universe and nature, and indicates ways of living that synchronize with these. Similarly, Heidegger alludes to modes of being in the world that are in harmony with and reflect the mystery of existence. The creative works of true poets and artists are exceptional examples of this, and pre-technological activities that are not motivated by the desire for efficiency, productivity, or personal improvement, such as quiet walks through the countryside or gazing contemplatively at the starlit sky, can also tune us into the incredible wonder of existence. The Tao, like Heidegger's account of existence, allows for a far more temporalized understanding of the world and our way of being than it does classical Western metaphysics. For the Tao is always in the midst of change and can be understood in this context only. Similarly, Heidegger describes being as a continually evolving phenomenon, and Dasein's structure as temporal. Thus, according to Heidegger, being, the sense of what it means to be, can be explored and understood only in relationship. Can be explored and understood only in relation to or in the context of time. All right. Is this the okay? I only tracked one paragraph, which is kind of interesting. So first of all, I'm always a little bit confused about when people talk about this kind of law, this kind of thing that you have to attune to. I sometimes struggle a little bit to make sense of that. Like what is it that you're connecting to, right? Because when I think about it in my own worldview, I think about it in Platonic terms, which is the goods. And the way that always comes to mind as well is that the goods is something you strive for, but also it is, I think, I mean, maybe this is just too much of a Christian framing that now I'm unable to escape from, but I typically think of it as an embodied world model, right? So obviously in Christianity that's Christ, and that becomes very obvious. But even in Plato, right? Like there was very much this sense of like trying to embody the philosophical spirit and the philosophical wisdom of Socrates, right? And so it's very easy, I think, at least in this context. Like I'm oversimplifying and I'm kind of doing a weird term. So like take this with a grain of salt. I'm just kind of trying to brainstorm some stuff around this, but at least in this sense, like it's not so hard to see what you're pursuing because it's very much connected to an example, like in the real world, right? So, for example, you have a friend that you think is particularly virtuous, right? Then and you try to chase for that. Like, what is that exactly? And it's like, well, it is my friend to some degree, right? Like, obviously, you can abstract out of the friends the goodness that he's embodying, but you know, there's always a reference point of something actual in the world, right? But like these natural laws and stuff, I find it a little bit more difficult. There's some way in these Eastern traditions that makes a lot of sense to me often, which is this idea that you always need to attune to the world, right? That there's, and I suppose maybe this connects a little bit to what I've mentioned in the last video, that the world calls you, right? Like it shows you something, right? And I even made the explicit moral connection there. So maybe that's one way to think about it, right? Which is kind of like the world is disclosing to you sometimes the right way to act, and then you just have to pay the right attention, and then you have to act on that insight that you have been gifted, right? That you have gracefully received, that you've been blessed with. And so maybe that's one way to think about it. But there's also another element as well when we're talking about this notion of attunement to the world that I think is very important in the East as well, is this notion of context, right? The fact that things always shift, right? And that's also very much connected to all this notion of grasping that we've been mentioning, right? Of being of something either dynamic or static, right? Because if you're too much in your own heads, right? If you think that your model of yourself or your model of the world is accurate, and you forget that it is a model, right? And models are only useful, for a particular purpose for a particular time, but they're always models, right? They're always limited. And so if you kind of forget that, and you kind of like dwell in the model too much, and you forget to update the model, then you kind of get disconnected from reality. And also that variation in reality, or that progression in reality, evolution in reality, however we want to think of it, that shows up through specific situations where, right? So, if I'm not paying sufficient attention, the context has shifted and I'm not as coupled to the world anymore. And this is one of the great insights of the East. And again, I'm kind of rambling here just from this paragraph alone, but it's just kind of useful to flesh out some thoughts about these matters. So this is one of the great insights of these, right? Like the fact that the right model and the right way to act, it's always context dependent, it's always shifting, right? That's why there's always this notion of fluidity. However, and this can be contrasted with the Platonic and the Christian kind of perspective, which sometimes views things a little bit more statically, not as dynamically. But point number one, there's also an element of dynamism, 100%, undeniable. People just don't bother to look for it, or they don't really give it sufficient credit, even when they do find it, and they're wrong. I don't know if it's bias or something else, but it's definitely present. So we have to keep that in mind. Nevertheless, if you take both as a whole, I would agree that the East definitely puts more emphasis into that. However, there's also a great insight in, not a great insight, but there's also a trade-off of this of focusing on fluidity, which is, I think, twofold. Number one, not everything is fluid, right? Or the degree of fluidity in the world isn't absolute. For example, right, the way that I behave with my wife is different than the way I behave with my kids, the way that I behave with my boss, with my friend, etc. Right? So there's always a context dependence in all of them. That's very important, right? You can't ignore it, right? You can't act the same way with your wife or with your husband as you would with a friend, right? However, it's not only variance, right? There's a great deal of overlap in relationships, right? For example, there should be honesty and humility, and lots of other good traits that actually do overlap with the relationships, and not only with relationships, but also even outside relationships, right? So, for example, the fact that maybe you shouldn't be too rash, for example, right? That applies to relationships. Or, like, for example, someone did something that you perceive as not being very nice, right? Like you think it came from a place of negativity or hate or complete disregard for your dignity, for example, right? And you might feel that you need to jump to this like very harsh conclusion. Maybe don't do that, right? Like maybe try to give yourself time to collect your thoughts. Maybe try to put yourself in their perspective. Maybe try to think why they did. Maybe there's a reason that makes it a little bit more plausible on why they reacted that way. Maybe your interpretation is completely flawed. Maybe you just framed the situation wrong for some reason. However, that rashness doesn't just apply to relationships, right? It might also apply to everything, right? It applies to you going to, I don't know, a dangerous hike, or like climbing outside, right? In terms of like um, climbing a mountain with ropes and whatnot, right? So there's overlap through all this context variance, right? And so I think that's one thing that we have to keep in mind when we try to think about the West and the East in terms of emphasis, right? Which is like, it's not just pure fluidity. And again, I'm not saying this in the sense of like, I mean, I'm saying it in a soft sense, but in a very non-serious way. Like I am trying to make a little bit of a parallel between the West, which is a little bit more static, and the East, which is a little bit more dynamic. So I suppose I am making that claim, but it is with a full realization that is an oversimplification, and that there's a lot that can be said about this, right? So we're just like painting a wide brush just to see some useful ways to think about it. But either way, but that is one aspect through which we can consider possible trade-offs of fluidity and variance. And I've mentioned one of them, which is there's consistency across despite variance. But there's another one, which is the attunement to context. The attunement to variation is itself not variable, right? So the fact that situations change, that context changes, that the environment evolves, the fact that I need to pay attention to that, and how I pay attention, and how I act on that discovery, which is now on my minds after I have that insight, all of that is constant, right? And you can't get around with that, right? There's this notion that you have to have these two things together, right, all the time. And maybe there's no way to tell which one is the right one, right? And first of all, at least from a Christian perspective, this is how I see a lot of the tradition also playing out, right? It's kind of like, how do you become wise enough to know which side you should apply, right? Like, when should you use existing knowledge versus looking for new knowledge? When should you embrace the group versus the individual? Like, how you exactly are you dividing these things up, and how to act in the world and be in the world in a certain way and not in another way, right? So there's always this kind of like meta approach to how you approach, right? It's kind of like it's this like foundational judgment about how you make judgments, right? This is a lot of what the sacred is about, right? Like when I talk about the sacred, is very often in these kinds of terms. And it might be that different cultures, different religions have come up with a way to solve this problem slightly differently. And it might also be the case that their answer to that problem was specific to their time and place, right? So it might be, for example, that maybe the context in the West, that religion, or let's say that religious spirit that was a little bit leaning more towards the static side of things, it might have been, number one, that it was just a mistake for some reason. It might also be that it is a mistake now, but it was a mistake then. It was like a natural response to the cultural and spiritual environment at the time. Like they needed that for some reason or another. And it might be the same in the East, right? Again, it might just be that this is the best like ontological truth about how we should position ourselves in the world, or it might have been useful now but not anymore, or it might still be a mistake now, right? Like people really have this fantasy about the East that somehow the West always needs to be inferior, and who knows, right? Like I don't know, because I don't feel qualified enough, like I don't know enough about both traditions to be able to make that judgment. But I think it's also important to not put your tradition on a pedestal just because it's your background, And just because you were, for example, in my case, I live in Europe, so I'm a Western person. So I think doing that is a little bit dangerous. But at the same time, let's not do the opposite either, right? Which is a lot of modern culture. It's kind of like, oh, I was born in the West, and the West is bad because colonialism and stuff like that. Obviously, not to say that that kind of critical approach doesn't matter. It does, and it's very useful. But I think sometimes it can be this like uh, parasitic frame of how we view the world, and it kind of like it becomes the only thing that the only lens through which you can look at the world. And I think that's pathologic, right? And so let's not also idealize the other just because it is the other. All right, that's good enough. So, oh shit, I read the wrong paragraph. Okay. Well, I already spent 15 minutes, but obviously this is always useful no matter what. But I looked at the right paragraph, but that was one page short. Okay, so it's page 233, paragraph 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. In the Taoist work Chuang Tzu, the models offer of people who live according to the Tao are not wise sages who live and meditate in isolation from the world, but frequently artisans, craftsmen, as well as others who have attained consummate mastery over various psychophysical skills. For Taoism, sensitive, smooth, and effectively and seamlessly effortless manual dexterity, rather than intellectual development, is considered to be the outer sign of a developed inner strength that is aligned with the Tao. A sign of one's power, T, has become fully integrated. Thus, the message behind many Taoist fables is that we have a body of knowledge that needs no help from the thinking minds. For when we are detached from the grip of discursive thought, the wisdom of the body can express itself, allowing the hands to do their own kind of thinking. One could perhaps call this body thinking, a thinking that takes place through and in the hands. Similarly, in the 1940s, Heidegger alluded to a relationship between thinking and the hands by calling it authentic thinking, a Handeln, meaning activity. Later, he describes such thinking as a hand work, literally meaning a work of the hands, which means craft. We are trying to learn thinking. Perhaps thinking, too, is just something like building a cabinet. At any rate, it is a craft, a handicraft. Craft literally means the strength and skill in our hands. According to Heidegger, this type of thinking is not analytic or exploitative thinking confined to the brain, but a sensitive, meditative thinking, a reaching and receiving, holding and carrying, pointing and gesturing, that expresses a person's entire being. An expression that allows artists such as Cezanne and Klee to depict beings on canvas that captures the essential nature of their being. Heidegger asserts that, and now a quote from Heidegger, the gestures of the hands pervades the whole of language. And in fact, most purely when man speaks in being silent, all the work of the hand is rooted in thinking. Therefore, thinking itself is man's hardest handiwork, if from time to time it be accomplished properly. Sorry for the yawning. Socrates is the purest thinker of the West. Therefore, he wrote nothing. All right, a lot to unpack here. So first of all, in terms of this notion in the body, so the easiest first place to think is that what they're talking about is very much like a state of flow, right? Which was then very popularized by this famous psychologist, which I can never remember his name. I mean, I can loosely remember it, but I don't know how to say it properly. But so it's this notion where you kind of stop thinking about what you're doing, and you're fully in the moment of actually doing the thing, right? Like, for example, again, I was speaking about climbing earlier. I used to do a lot of bouldering. You get into a state of flow where you kind of like your thoughts kind of disappear, and you're just attuned to your environment, right? It's this notion of coupling, right? Again, when we were talking about before about this notion of kind of like this unity between the subject and the world, kind of fading away, right? You get closer to the real, right? You improve the coherence between the two. And you can see the same thing here. And there's a really nice paper. I think it's still preprint of the cognitive continuum, where basically Vervaeke and Hussein and I think someone else, one of his colleagues, one of their colleagues, where they basically make this claim that cognition is basically a ladder of a ladder where you have normal cognition that then leads to insight, that then leads to flow, that then leads to a mystical experience, which then leads to a transformative experience, right? And I think this lines up very nicely about how we've been talking about things, especially now, how I made this connection between flow and this notion of coupling to the world. And I think, and I would say that there's a lot of this ideas behind listening to the body and thinking with the body that I think also has to do with the problem of models, right? Which is like humans naturally have this tendency to just like build, right? Like make these mental maps, mental constructions, which are really useful for us to guide ourselves in the world, but sometimes they can lead us astray as well, right? And so a lot of times when you're doing something very manual, and especially something that requires a lot of attention and requires a lot of responsivity, you kind of like you kind of like destroy those models, right? Or at least you kind of like shove them away for a second, right? And it kind of leads to a kind of wisdom, because you're more able to apprehend the world as it is and pay attention to the world without like these huge constructions that you have made. Then he talks about thinking as a craft. Not exactly sure what is meant here. Obviously, there's this notion of meditative thinking. So again, it's this notion of being not for utility's sake, which is very much within Heidegger's critique of technology and so on. I'm not sure how he's trying to make this connection, like Heidegger himself, on this quote about Socrates, right? So he says, the gestures of the hand pervades the whole of language, and in fact, most purely when man speaks in being silent. Okay, this notion of silence, we've covered that in the past, in the last video. But then it says, all the work of the hand is rooted in thinking. Therefore, thinking itself is man's hardest handiwork. I don't know what is meant by this. Maybe the only thing that comes to mind, but I'm not sure if it's right, all the work of the hand is rooted in thinking. All the work of the hand. The only thing that comes to mind is maybe the way to think about thinking is kind of this foundation of cognition that is prior to thinking, which is the attunement to the world, right? It's kind of like this basic preconceptual understanding of the world that allows you to move effectively without, being this like overly cognitive process that then makes certain assumptions about the world because it's building these models. And then eventually you will encounter situations where those assumptions don't hold anymore, but you're still using them because they're part of how you created this lens through which you look at the world. But I'm not sure if that's exactly right. And then he says, therefore, thinking itself is man's hardest handiwork, if from time to time it be accomplished properly. Socrates is the purest thinking of the West, therefore he wrote Rodney. Now, why didn't Socrates write anything? And the reason is precisely because he didn't want it to be a static thing, right? Like him and many others like him in his time, they viewed philosophy as this like thing that you have to actively engage with. Um, and so this notion of writing, it was this notion of pinning it down. And if it's pinned down, it's kind of like a passive consumption or reception without this notion of reciprocity, right? And therefore, again, we come back to this notion of that whatever was written down becomes dead, right? Now, obviously, that is a bit extreme. Very few people take that view anymore. But to some degree, for example, if you see me reading my notes, like a lot of times I'm trying to struggle through it, right? Like I'm not sure what's the right interpretation. I'm not sure what it means, and I'm kind of like what could this possibly mean, right? So it's kind of a conversation that I'm having with the author. It's a conversation that I'm having with Heidegger, like all the time. And so to some degree, it's wrong to consider it as making it completely dead. But then it's also important to know, okay, even if it's not completely dead, is it less alive? And the answer is, of course, right? Would I be learning? Would I be learning more or less if I was discussing this with a friend or with a Heidegger scholar or with Heidegger himself, right? Or with Socrates or with Plato? I would always learn more in a conversation, right? It would be more honest, it would be more productive, it would be more transformative for both parties, right? So everything would be better. And so I think I get it. So I think now this direction validates my initial interpretation, which is, I think that's what it means by this illusion of Socrates, the pure thinker of the West, right? It's kind of like it's thinking in this like very dynamic, primordial way, right? Which always includes this dynamism, right? If he had written, then he would just be another person that's just kind of like, here's the thesis, right? While Socrates' whole project was, we have no thesis. We don't know what the fuck we're talking about. Let's try to figure it out, right? And then we spend a bunch of time figuring it out, and it's like, oh shit, we still don't know, right? But it seems that we're a bit closer than we were before, right? And so like let's constantly help each other to get closer and closer to knowledge. All right, that's enough. So now, next paragraph. 136.3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. A famous Zen story about the stages of enlightenment states, quote, before enlightenment occurs, mountains are mountains. At the moment of enlightenment, mountains cease to be mountains, and then mountains become mountains again. Zen enlightenment, Satori, involves direct insight into one's radical groundlessness. In light of such a revelation, everyday practices lose their meaning. Afterwards, however, one re-enters these practices in a way no longer burdened by ignorance about what it means to be human. The similarity to Heidegger's thinking seems clear. For Heidegger, prior to living authentically, one exists according to everyday practices. When we allow anxiety to reveal to us that we are being towards death, rooted in nothingness, everyday practices slide away into meaninglessness. Afterwards, one resumes everyday practices, but this time guided by an awareness of our own possibilities that allow us to choose our own way of life, rather than a life dictated by the expectations of the day. Okay, so first of all, about this quote that I really like and is really, really famous. Before enlightenment occurs, mountains are mountains. At the moment of enlightenment, mountains cease to be mountains. Their mountains become mountains again. What does this mean? I'm not sure if this is a traditional interpretation or not. Maybe I should double check this at some point. But I would say that enlightenment means, in this context, I'm a little bit uneasy about having enlightenment in this framed in this way. But either way, the idea here is that once you realize that the reality you live in is a construction, like for example, that there is no such a thing as a mountain, right? Like, what the hell is a mountain in this like objective sense, right? It's like, what is the difference between a pebble and the rock, and the mountain, right? Like, they're all categories that we assign because they're useful, right? Um, right. So it's like, at what point would a mountain stop becoming a mountain, right? Like, there's no like neutral, view from nowhere answer to this, right? Like the very language we use to make the classification mountain is already purpose bound, right, to our subjective experience, right, of climbing a mountain or using the mountain for something, right? Like, to, I don't know, maybe there's a source of water, blah 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 blah, right? And so enlightenment in this sense here is kind of like realizing the groundlessness of things, right? That there's this aspect of construction, right? And also, obviously, those constructions can lead to suffering, can lead to delusion, right? Obviously, it's a very Eastern way of thinking, and a very valid one, of course. I'm not denying this in any sense. But then the interesting bit is like, okay, you reached enlightenment, and now mountains don't exist anymore, right? But then the idea is like, no, they do exist, right? It's just that they exist in a particular sense. So the idea is that once you realize the construction, you can better return to like your everyday life and assume that mountains are real, like they have a kind of reality to them, but it's a bounded reality, right? It has a reality within a specific context, right? Like, for example, a human context, right? Or a living being context, right? But it's always contingent, right? It's not this brute fact of the universe. And so when you return, now you have both, right? You have the mountain that you know is real, but also you know that it's not ultimately real. And also, maybe one argument that can be made as well is that the very process of going through this movement of like, mountains are real, mountains are not real, mountains are real again, the fact that you're able to jump makes you able to then do this judgment constantly, right? Like, are my constructions useful in the world, right? Is this a useful way to think about being and to act, right, through my life and through others and with others? And so this constant process, this constant questioning, will then cultivate this skill of noticing when certain aspects of being actually don't make sense when you make that questioning. And then when you are returning after that questioning, you decide that a mountain isn't a mountain, right? It's kind of like, no, actually, this is not valid for this or that reason. That's my take on this. I don't know if it's... I'm actually curious. I'm actually gonna try to see what's a traditional interpretation to see how off I am. I'm gonna use just standard old LLM, just because this is a very basic Zen thing. So it's like, people have written this to death, so there's lots of training data. I'm pretty sure it will get it right. Obviously, it's not going to have any nuance in the world compared to a Zen scholar, but for our purposes here, it will be enough. So I'll just write explain the Zen saying of mountains stop being mountains, then becoming mountains again. And I'm going to say, just in case, fetch this from credible Zen scholarship, just so I have an extra peace of mind, because it's going to research the internet now and try to find some Zen scholar or whatever that has explained this. So it says, mountains are mountains, which is ordinary perception. You see things as separate, fixed objects and take appearances at face value. Then, through Zen insight, you realize that things have no independent essence. Everything is interconnected, impermanent, and empty of a fixed self. Your previous categories break down. Then third, mountains are mountains again. After a deeper realization, you realize you return to the everyday world. Mountains are still mountains, but now they are seen without the illusion that they are separate, self-existing things. Ordinary reality is re-embraced, but with wisdom rather than naivety. Okay. I think my interpretation is relatively compatible, but at least here the emphasis is slightly different, which is on the relationality of it, right? Which is, but it's kind of different, but it kind of ends up on the same point, I think, which is because the way that it was phrased there is, there's no essential essence, right? And everything depends on everything else. It's contingent. But I think that's kind of the same thing, right? It's kind of this, it's kind of this questioning of this notion of objective reality outside of an observer, right? Well, actually, no. There is one point that is a little bit extra, which is, I think, which is also to recognize the importance and the precondition of those relationships for that existence, right? I think this is also an important part of Eastern thought, right? It's kind of like noticing the relations, noticing how they provide that particular being, right? So, for example, how the mountain depends on whatever mountains depend on, right? Like, this is the problem, right? Like the fact that something like a mountain, like a feature of the landscape, is obviously so relational, right? Like, it depends on so many processes for its existence. But I don't even know is already kind of proving the point, right? It's kind of like we just assume. However, I also don't want to do it injustice, because now I'm framing it as if it's like that this notion of relationality is somehow this like causal classification of the meaningfulness or the significance of the causal power that is endowed to that being. Like for example, mountains depend on winds, I guess, for some kind of erosion, however that works. I'm not a geologist, right? But let's say wind plays a huge role. It's kind of like, yeah, it plays how much of a role? Like 5%. Okay, so like, we need to have into account that 5% for the existence of the mountain, right? Something like that. Obviously, the way that I phrased it's a little bit stupid, but that's also not quite the emphasis that they're putting, I think, because again, it has very much to do with this notion of this metaphysical perspective that there's no essence at the very ultimate sense. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. Did I end it? I kind of forgot where I ended up. Did I finish the chapter or no? Where is it? 136.3. Oh yeah. I was speaking about these mountain stuff. Yeah, and then I got derailed a little bit. Okay. For Heidegger, prior to living authentically, one exists according to everyday practices. When we allow anxiety to reveal to us that we are being towards death, rooted in nothingness, everyday practices slide away into meaningless. Afterwards, one resumes everyday practices, but this time guided by an awareness of our own possibilities that allows us to choose our own way of life rather than a life dictated by the experiences of the day. Okay, so first of all, this rooted in nothingness, I think it's very much connected to like this void, right? The fact that when you break things down, like when you're in this process of questioning a particular being, right? And obviously we talk a lot about objects, right? But obviously that's not the only thing that's referring to, right? So when you enter this state, it's like you enter in this nothingness, right? You enter into the void, you enter into the groundlessness. Although I'm not sure, and obviously that causes anxiety as well, right? It's kind of like because you don't have a firm footing, right? It's like you don't know what's real. I'm not sure why he's making a connection here of being towards death. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the connection here is, but either way. And then he says, everyday practices slide away into meaningless, right? Again, once you see into the true nature of things, you realize that it doesn't have a nature, right? And therefore, meaning collapses. But then, one resumes everyday practices, right? So again, but then the meaning is constructed again, right? So the mountain becomes a mountain again. But then by this time, guided by an awareness of our own possibilities that allows us to choose our own way of life. So it's like, so you have, it's almost as if you have the decision of deciding whether the mountain is real or not. Now, obviously, to some degree, it's not that you have the decision in the sense of like pure random preference, right? I'm not going to say that I feel like saying that a mountain is a mountain, right? But it's in the sense of like, I now have the power to then truly look at the ontological status of the phenomena that I'm investigating. And so, and I think one way to think about the reason why there's this talk of choosing, I think it's more in the sense of like the fact that possibility is introduced, right? Because like if you never question the mountain, it's kind of like you're stuck, right? So you can't choose when there's no possibility, right? And so it's only with the questioning that then breaks it apart. There's the possibility of an alternative, and then you choose, right? But you choose to some degree. You don't choose because it's not this arbitrary will. It's more in the sense of like you admit what is real, what feels the most real to you, right? And again, what feels the most real again isn't arbitrary subjectivity. It's in the sense of like your unavoidable judgment of what you perceive to be the most rational, the most true. And then it says that allows us to choose our own way of life rather than a way of life dictated by the expectations of a day, right? So what is the day? The day is the world that you've been given, right? Which is like, that is a mountain, right? Maybe it is, maybe it's not, right? The only way to tell is to be authentic by questioning the mountain, right? Enter into the groundlessness, enter into the nothingness, seeing the true nature, the nature is nothing, returning, and then making your judgment, right? An authentic judgment now. Because now you have this power to choose, right? With all the caveats we've talked about. And you're not in the grip of the day because you've questioned the day. You've went beyond. Now it might be that the day is right, but if so, it's still authentic, right? Because now you're going through what feels what you feel to be the most conformity to the real rather than the day. Now, the whole problem that I have with this kind of Eastern language and this spiritual grammar, let's say, is that this notion of that there's no ultimate nature to me is always a little bit weird, because if you make that return, right, of like the mountain is truly a mountain, right? Because, for example, it is a useful category B for A, B, and C, right? It has these decent reasonings to it. It's not just an illusion of society. Then why not consider that a nature? To me, this is always a little bit weird. It's kind of like, I feel like, because to me, oh shit, because to me, kind of how I feel is that these traditions are always cautioning us to realize that we have a human perspective, right? And so if you take the human away, then the mountain goes away. Well, yes, right? But then what I don't like is that I think, and again, to me, like having this lived experience is so important, right? Because like I don't like when you even go through that perspective, right? Like there's no, like, again, because like it's funny because what the East is cautioning against feels very much already the danger of the West, which is to some degree have this like objective, neutral, scientific, perspective, right? That you always just need to remove yourself, and then eventually you'll find the true thing. Obviously, there's a degree to that which is true, and we see that outcome in science, but it's very, the application is very, very specific, and it has a bunch of philosophical problems that go along with it. And so I feel like that consideration, like the fact that you put that on the table as an option, to me is already problematic, right? Which to me in the West makes a lot of sense, because then it's like, well, let's be careful about certain assumptions from the Enlightenment, for example. Like, let's go back to what the world as it is given to us phenomenologically, and then we can avoid that mistake, right? But then the East says, I'm going to oversimplifying just for the sake of the argument, kind of. The East says, well, no, that is a possibility, and if you went there, you would realize that it doesn't exist, kind of. I guess it's saying the same thing, but I don't know. But maybe it's just my stupid West brain. But again, it's hard to say that it's a stupid West brain, because it's arguably uh, an anti-West position. At least the West, insofar as like Western modernity, I suppose, can be primitive West or something, ancient West. I don't know, but yeah, I don't know. Because here's part of the claim, I think, which is the East can say, when you take that perspective, it's not real. And I'm like, and I kind of agree, but then also what I'm kind of tempted to say is like, that perspective isn't real, right? So it's like, we both agree that the thing isn't real, but the position that you supposedly take to look at the real, I'm not willing to consider it. To me, that's just like non-existence, right? Like you can't be in that position. You can't have a view from nowhere. So to me, this is always confusing. It always tickles my brain a little bit, because it's kind of like, it feels like, in one way, it feels like we're saying exactly the same thing, but on the other way, it feels like they're completely incompatible to some degree. Because I'm questioning the whole foundation of what they're saying to some degree. Now, obviously, me saying this isn't saying, oh, I destroyed, the whole thinking of the East, right? Like, I'm not saying that. Like, I'm sure there's endless nuance here, and I'm sure scholars would disagree with a lot of what I said, whatever. I'm just saying, from my perspective, when I think about those ideas, those are, those are how I can make sense of those ideas and the relationship between them and how they face against each other. So I'm just thinking this shit through, right? So it's like, don't fucking go after me just because, I didn't represent this in your particular way. And I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just thinking it through. All right. Okay, I think that's it. I do have some notes here as well, like general notes about the book rather than just pages. So I talk here about nothingness and stuff on Nietzsche, on nihilism. We've talked about this. I've mentioned here kind of Heidegger's existentialism. Not sure what that refers to. Depends a little bit what I meant by existentialism back then. Again, I read this many years ago. Then with criticism of language, I track here. Yes, we've covered that. And then arts. Good chapter on arts, which we talked about art a fair bit as well, I think. And yeah, all right. And that's the end of the book. Can't believe it. We finally finished. So yeah, that was Philosophy of Heidegger by Michael Watts. All right, awesome. So now, what book shall we go to? I have a bunch of them, and I don't know which one is the most indicated to go. But I have another introduction by Heidegger, so let's go with that. And this one is nice because it's more recent, so I can actually just read my notes here that I have highlighted. I don't have to, wonder which paragraph it is and whatnot. So yeah, maybe I'll just. It's only been 15 minutes. 50 minutes. So I usually try to go at least for an hour. And if I'm not too tired or my throat isn't too horrible, an hour and a half. So I'll just drink some water and then we'll try to cover some initial notes of this book. All right. So the book is called Heidegger, An Introduction. It's written by Richard Polt, second edition. I'm going to have a podcast with him. And it's funny because I asked him if he wanted to come on the podcast. He said yes. And then I actually delayed the podcast because I wanted to be more well-versed in Heidegger so that the podcast would be more productive. And what that means is what I'm doing now, right? So it's like, so I asked him to delay the podcast so that I could complete this project that I'm doing, talking to the camera right now. So yeah, it's funny. Anyway, so let's get into it. So first note. He does, however, insist that we must call the metaphysics of presence into question. For this tradition has pernicious consequences. It dulls us to the depth of experience and channels us into impoverished ways of thinking and acting. In particular, if we identify being with a narrow sense of presence, we can become obsessed with beings to present themselves to us in a perfect, definitive way, with representing beings accurately and effectively. We try, by means of philosophy, science, or technology, to achieve complete insight into things and thereby gain complete control over them. According to Heidegger, this ideal is incompatible with the nature of understanding, which is always a finite, historically situated interpretation. He does affirm that there is truth, and he does hold that some interpretations, such as his own, are better than others, but no interpretation is final. Heidegger is a relentless enemy of ahistorical absolutist concepts of truth. But again, it's very interesting because there's some notion here of Heidegger that is deeply pragmatic, right? That it just seems to some degree almost just like pragmatism, like one-on-one, right? Because it seems very hard to avoid the binary of like either truth exists or it doesn't. If truth exists, it's subjective. So there is a final answer. But if you say there's no final answer, well, then there's no final truth. And if there's no final truth, then you're in relativism. And if you're in relativism, then nothing is better than something else, right? So how can you have both, right? And I think pragmatism is kind of a good way to think through it, which is like, if it works, it works. That's the answer, right? We don't know if it's true or not. But again, I feel like even this pragmatism perspective, I think, falls a little bit into this mistake of this, ontological versus epistemic relationship that I've mentioned in the past, right? It's like, it's one thing to say that it exists. It's another thing to say that you know what it is. Anyway, but a little bit more directly to this note, talks about the sense of presence. What is presence? Kind of forgot how Heidegger talks about it. Maybe I should try to look at my notes here. But my first impression, before I even look at it, is that it has to do with this importance of the nothing, right? The importance of the void, which is, if all you care is about presence, then you don't value that which is not present, that which is still in the void, which is also the same as possibility, right? It's kind of like, it's that which is behind that hasn't appeared yet, but it's nevertheless real, right? And it can be pulled into the real. It can come forth into presence if you are not blinded by the exclusivity of presence. That's how I would say it, but I'm not 100% sure if that's what he means. Let me see. Although presence isn't necessarily like a super technical term, like obviously it has a very technical meaning, but the word itself isn't technical, so I might not have it here. Let me just see. Presence, P. I was really stupid by just not having a proper glossary that wasn't categorized by topics. It just makes it so hard to search. I was such an idiot. Yeah, I don't have it here. Okay, interesting. Let me see. Let me check on my phone. I'll actually just Google this. There's no need for the LLM. All right. Heidegger presence. See what it says. For Heidegger, presence is not just a static state of existing in the current moment. Instead, he views it as the dynamic, temporal process of things coming into the open, a concept he famously describes as presencing. And then this is explored in a few different concepts. One is the metaphysics of presence. In Being and Time, he argues that, Western philosophy has historically reduced being to mere presence, obsessing over objects that are static and easily observed. Yes. Then presencing over static presence, rather than treating entities as isolated facts. Heidegger's later philosophy emphasized that entities are manifested to us over time. So things reveal themselves to human beings because we're actively dwelling in the world. Yes. Availability versus mere presence. So how we experience presence depends on our engagement. In our everyday life, tools and surroundings are ready to hand. We drawing them into the background as we use them. It is only when something breaks that we detach and observe it as present at hand. Yeah, sure. And then the mystery of being, Heidegger asserts that the presencing of beings is not itself a physical being, but an unfolding mystery that continually unconceals itself. Yes, so the real is constantly disclosing itself, right? But maybe one way to think about it is that which makes things present isn't present, right? Because it's not an object in the world. But again, it is the most real, right? All right, that's good enough. Second note, also from the same page, which is page 6. This brings us to his most important guideline of all. It is our own temporality that makes us sensitive to being. Temporal in the Heidegger does not just mean temporary. It means not only that we are impermanent, but also that we are historical. We are rooted in the past and thrust into a future. We inherit a tradition that we share with others, and we pursue possibilities that define us as individuals and communities. As we do so, the world opens up for us and beings get understood. It makes a difference to us whether there is something instead of nothing. Our historicity then does not cut us from what actually is. To the contrary, it opens us up to the meaning of being. Okay, so this whole thing of past and future, we talked about this a lot, right? It's kind of like that you're thrown into a specific context, you're thrown into the specific culture, but also there's this eternal possibility of the future. You need to combine the two. And then there's also this notion of it makes a difference to us that there's something rather than nothing. Like maybe I'm framing this too much through my own interpretation, but like I've used Heidegger a lot to talk about machines and AI and LLMs, right? And a talk that I gave, and probably it will be also either a book chapter in Philosophy of AI, a little series, or a paper. But I've used Heidegger a lot to talk about the difference between human beings and LLMs, right? And I think the biggest difference is care, right? So it's the fact that machines can't care, and they can't care because they're not alive. And also, I think then this matters for how we think about intelligence, which I won't get into that, but the argument is available. You can find it on the Anagaya podcast if you're interested. But so that's mostly how I'm reading it. But I don't know if because I used Heidegger so much for this specific purpose that now I'm over reading it in this specific sense. But it says here, it makes a difference to us that there's something rather instead of nothing. Okay, it does make a difference because the issue is like here it doesn't specifically talk about something being alive, right? It doesn't talk about life. But at the same time, maybe it doesn't talk about life because Heidegger doesn't talk as much about life, I think, at least from memory. And maybe it doesn't because maybe in his day, this contrast between being alive and not being alive wasn't such a salient metaphor or such an important concept to draw from, because the very notion of machines wasn't as relevant, and it wasn't as relevant because the distinction between machine and non-machine was more obvious, right? And very much in a Heidegger sense, because it's obvious, it kind of retreats into the background, right? Like you don't think about it. But I still can't help to make that kind of connection with biology, right? Which is like, okay, it makes a difference to us that there's something rather than nothing. Okay, like let's say we accept that claim. Why? Why do we care? And what would it mean for something not to care? It's the fact that things matter, right? And it matters because it's built in into life that it wants to stay alive, right? Obviously, there's notions of suicide and whatnot. Like obviously, when somehow through some goddamn miracle that we don't fully understand, we kind of step out of this like evolutionary biological drives, right? And we can apprehend these higher transcendent goods that can actually override these kind of biological drives. But nevertheless, it is kind of like the foundation of cognition, right? But then here, it's framed in terms of historicity. My God, this is difficult. This word is so difficult for me. And then it says, it does not cut us from what it actually is. To the contrary, it opens us up to the meaning of being. I suppose one way to think about it is that instead of thinking about life, you think about finitude, right? The fact that you're a finite being means that you're thrown into history, right? You're not this like abstract idea, floating in the abstract realm, but you're embodied, right? And so the fact that you're embodied, again, you're thrown into a context, and the fact that you're an embodied, well, it's kind of the same thing, because living in history means that you're embodied, and being embodied means that you're alive, right? Like, that's what it means. So I don't know. I don't know. I think it's kind of the same thing. Anyway, let's move on. So, oh man, it's such a pleasure to just be able to go to the notes directly and know exactly what chapter I wanted to track. All right, next chapter. Just as Heidegger's beginnings revealed traditional rural life to him, they closed him off to urban modernity. His backgrounds turned him against the big city, with his emphasis on efficiency and productivity, its culture of news and novelty, its secularism, and its cosmopolitanism. He always remained deeply suspicious of machinery, journalism, and liberal democracy, and retained his attachment to the countryside. When he was invited to leave the University of Freiburg and teach in Berlin in 1933, he refused. In a talk composed on this occasion, "Why do I stay in the provinces?" he explains that his philosophical work belongs right in the midst of the peasant's work. And this is a quote from Heidegger. Okay, that's the note. So yeah, it's interesting, I guess, but yeah, I don't feel like exploring this too much. Next note. And here, in here on this page, there's this interesting diagram, which is there's an existing thought and utterance, and then that leads to a valid true proposition, and then that leads to an existing object. Right? That's what the diagram is trying to represent graphically, visually. And then the text, it says, this theory of theory makes a strict distinction between acts of thought and the propositions they express. Accordingly, Heidegger, following Rickert and Husserl, comes out strongly against psychologism. Psychologism. Yeah, I think that's it. I hope no one is watching this, because otherwise I look the biggest fucking idiot on the planet trying to read these words. In part, it's because I don't read out loud very often, so I just kind of like have the idea in my head, but I never actually, in many of these words, I never said them out loud in my entire life. But also on top of that, I do think I have a very mild form of dyslexia sometimes, so that probably also plays a little bit into it. But either way, let's continue the book quote. The claim that logic is nothing but the study of how people actually happen to think. Instead, logic studies how we ought to think in order to conform to the timeless realm of validity. Heidegger is confident that you will discover certain fundamental principles of all knowing, namely the basic principles of logic, direct our knowledge in an immutable and absolutely valid ways. He hopes that the study of these principles will give us the key to the whole domain of being. But not long after subscribing to such views, Heidegger will vehemently denounce them. The crucial assumption he will reject is that we are connected to things primarily through theoretical knowledge. According to the mature Heidegger, the truth of scientific statements about objects depends on a much more basic unconcealment. Before theory ever comes along, the world is opened up for us by life, which is situated and historical. This is very Wittgensonian, by the way. But continuing, our obsession with theoretical propositions then dangerously alienates us from the human condition. It dismisses the richness of pre-scientific experience which originally makes the world meaningful to us. We can now see how Heidegger came to develop this position. Okay, wonderful. This is a great quote, right? And it's yeah, and it's really interesting to know that kind of Heidegger had this kind of faith in logic in the beginning of his work, and then he kind of abandoned it. And the way that it's explained here on why it's abandoned is actually quite good. And also, not a lot of people know that not only did he had this faith in logic and mathematics, but also he was deeply knowledgeable about it. I don't know if I mentioned in the video or even read it off a book, but he was even, very late into his age. He was, on the panel of PhD dissertations on mathematics, which is quite insane. So, next note. But the marriage was hardly idyllic. The public learns only in 2005 that Hermann, who was to become a military historian and the custodian of Martin Heidegger's papers, was not Martin's biological son, but was conceived when Hilfried had an extramarital affair. Heidegger's letters to his wife also makes it clear that he went on to have a series of lovers, sometimes pleading that the erotic impulse was essential to his thinking. Okay, so I remember reading. It's funny that when I read this book, that wasn't that long ago. I read this less than a year ago. It wasn't super recent, but it might have been like 6 or 8 months ago or something like that. And I remember this specific passage made quite a mark on me, which is, I think there's a very valid argument to try to detach the ideas from its thinker, right? So a lot of people criticize me for even reading Heidegger in the first place, kind of like, oh, he's a Nazi, therefore, let's not even read him, right? I think that's wrong. But I also think that not trying to come up with some relationship, I'm not saying a total, explanation of it, but trying to understand the relationship between the person, the life, the values, and the mode of thought that they created or that they advocated for. I think that can lead to some insights, and I don't think they can be completely detached. Right? I think it's always this tug of war to some degree. Now, if I had to pick, I would put more emphasis on the ideas rather than the person, to be honest. But again, I think both have a valid point. And the fact that Heidegger himself admitted to his fucking wife, that not only he had an affair, but also that this erotic impulse, which I guess he was trying to make a justification, was essential to his thinking. That's just absolutely insane and obviously very immoral as well. And so, and this is quite important as well, because I do believe, or I do have an intuition that there's nuggets in Heidegger's philosophy that can tell us why he fell prey to the Nazi ideology, despite Heidegger also being one of the greatest thinkers of the 20th century. And so one of the things that I'm interested in learning and thinking with Heidegger is, how can we use the best of his thought to try to cure the cancer of modernity, while perhaps also realizing the cancer that was in Heidegger's thought and person that led them to that ideology in the first place. Right? It's kind of this process of surgery. And again, this is just my personal opinion. A billion people will disagree with me. It's very controversial, but I think this notion of how he treats groundlessness is a little bit problematic, right? Because again, this comes back to my own thinking, which is like, to me, one of the definitions of the real is that which you're not willing to compromise, that which does not vary, that which you can't get behind. And to me, the answer that I've concluded is undeniably love, right? And so it kind of stands as this kind of like transcendent value that I can't deconstruct, right? Again, coming back to the mountain, right? It's kind of like, no matter what, love is love, right? Like you can't deconstruct it. And I think that unconstructability, I think, is important to be able to place it on as a sacred thing, right? As the highest thing. And I think that aspect of ultimate reverence and ultimate call towards the embodiment of that principle, I think undeniably that plays a role into not violating that principle, right? Which obviously, the Nazi ideology did to a very large, pathological, insane, Luciferian degree, we can call it. And the fact that you can see this like lack of alignment through something as blunt as him trying to justify affairs because it contributed to his philosophical thinking, I find it very hard to believe that those things aren't connected in some way. So yeah, I think that's a good place to stop. I'll just put it for the next notes. I'll put my bookmark here. And yeah, I think that was quite productive. And I'm very glad to have finally finished the other book. And yeah, thanks for watching. All right, time for another Heidegger video. So we're continuing with an introduction to Heidegger from Richard Prolt. So let's just get started on the very next note that we have. And I'll begin. Two of Husserl's concepts were to prove specially important for Heidegger: self-evidence and categorical intuition. Self-evidence is Husserl's term for a state in which a phenomenon shows itself to consciousness. Perfect or final self-evidence would be a condition in which something would be shown completely. No aspect of it would remain hidden. This final fulfillment represents an ideal of perfection. This limiting case is self-evidence or knowledge in the pregnant sense of the words. The varying notions of truth, which all must be built up on a single self-same phenomenological situation, here reach complete clearness. And that's a quote from Husserl's Logical Investigations. For Heidegger, this idea that truth means display or unconcealment was very powerful. But he was to argue against Husserl that things can unconceal themselves to us only because we are profoundly historical, and that perfect unconcealment is impossible in principle. Truth is necessarily accompanied by untruth. The notion of categorical intuition, presented in the sixth logical investigation, fascinated Heidegger and other students of Husserl long after Husserl himself had abandoned it. We had saw that according to Husserl, all acts of consciousness are directed towards something that can be investigated as a phenomena, something that shows itself to us. In other words, something we intuit. Some forms of intuition are sensory. We intuit the redness of an apple through vision. But when we think, here is an apple, we are conscious of more than sensations. Here, as opposed to elsewhere, unity, an apple, and being, the is, are fundamental features of our experience that cannot be perceived through the senses. Husserl argues, I can see color but not being colored. I can feel smoothness but not being smoothness. But phenomena such as being must show themselves to us somehow. This means that we must have a powerful categorical intuition, the categorical aspects of experience. The fundamental structures that shape what we encounter are on display. This opens the possibility of investigating being as a phenomenon. As Heidegger puts it, there are acts of consciousness in which the ideal constituents, such as being, show themselves in themselves. Ideal constituents which are not constructs of these acts, functions of thinking or of the subject. Being is not something that we have invented or that we project into the world. It is a phenomenon that is given to us and that we can investigate. Okay, that was a lot. So first of all, I really like this connection with Husserl about how this unconcealment was right at the start of Husserl. Just need to adjust my camera a little bit. All right. I didn't have that in mind. But then but we did cover that in a previous video, actually. I was kind of forgetting that, right? But then the departure was that Heidegger considered this, to be dependent on our historical condition, while Husserl was like trying to build it from the ground up. Now I remember. Okay. And then there's this notion of structure, right? That like the fact that something structures your experience and that is not itself an object and that is not itself in experience. Maybe it's not the same thing, but to me it feels a bit Kantian, actually. And then obviously the very important conclusion, right, which is worth rereading. Being is not something that we have invented or that we project into the world. It is a phenomenon that is given to us and that we can investigate, right? And what does it mean to investigate, right? It doesn't mean just look at, right? It's that we can participate in its givenness, right? All right. Another quote. And I'm on page 18. Husserl and Dilthey would seem to be two completely different thinkers. Husserl, who began as a mathematician, tries to escape historical particularity and looks for absolute knowledge of essences, while Dilthey is interested in how to interpret truly historical realities. But Heidegger reports that when Dilthey read Husserl's logical investigations at the age of 70, he recognized an inner kinship with its basic direction. In a letter to Husserl, he compared their work to boring into a mountain from opposite sides until they break through and meet each other. Dilthey here found an interesting fulfillment of what he had sought for decades, a fundamental science of life itself. However, the two philosophers were still approaching life from opposite directions, and it was the question of history that divided them the most. On this point, Heidegger sided with Dilthey, quoting, Husserl's position towards the problem of history must be described as impossible, rightfully evoking Dilthey's dismay. End quote from Heidegger. Heidegger's own philosophy, as it now began to emerge, can be seen as a creative combination of Dilthey and Husserl. Heidegger unites the systematic rigor of Husserl with Dilthey's sensitivity to concrete existence, in order to develop a phenomenology of historical life. In doing so, he rejects his own early logic and subordinates theoretical truth to our non-theoretical openness to beings. End quote. Okay, great. This is neat, and I really like this. I really like this metaphor that Dilde used, and I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing Dilde correctly, but whatever. Where is it? Boring into a mountain from opposite sides until they break through and meet each other. That's very often how I feel about Heidegger and Plato, or Heidegger and Neoplatonism, and also, you know, uh, Orthodox Christianity or Neoplatonic Christianity, and also Fourier cognitive science and activism. Really, if you consider a mountain as like this 3D thing, then it feels like all these sides eventually kind of meeting. But yeah, this is cool, but more of a historical point than anything. So I'll just move on to the next note. If life is more basic than theory, then a theory of theory is at best a superficial pursuit that fails to eliminate the roots of theory in life. There must be a way of understanding life that does not theoreticize it. There must be a way of understanding life that does not theorize it. Okay, sorry, I repeated that twice. This would be a non-theoretical, a genuine primordial science from which the theoretical itself originates. And that is a quote from Heidegger, from non-theoretical to originates. Heidegger's goal is to develop a phenomenology of concrete existence, or to borrow another bit of jargon from the title of an early lecture course, a hermeneutics of facticity. We cannot go into the particulars of Heidegger's early work on this project, but we should pause to consider a methodological problem. How can we philosophize or phenomenologize about life without theorizing about it, and thus obliterating its unique, concrete texture? Isn't understanding necessarily theoretical? This would mean that the non-theoretical science is nonsense. Even if we describe life as a full, concrete, and historically factical, aren't these concepts themselves theoretical generalizations? It appears that the concreteness of life is exactly what resists being expressed and understood. To resolve the problem, we have to develop a new way of concepts, a new way of using concepts that Heidegger calls formal indication. We then use these concepts to point towards something that is already familiar to us from our own experience. Formally indicative concepts do not capture the essence of a thing and explain it with perfect theoretical clarity. They allude to a phenomenon in our lives and encourage us to live in such a way that we pay closer attention to it. For example, in 1919, Heidegger declares, "Living in an environment, it signifies to me everywhere and always, everything has the character of world. It whirls." And that is a direct quote from Heidegger. Living in an environment, it signifies to me everywhere and always, everything has the character of worlds. It whirls. That is a great quote. I need to use this and save this. And then it says, Heidegger's listeners were struck by the phrase, "es weltet," which means it whirls or it's whirling. But what does it mean? Obviously, it's not a scientific statement. It doesn't clearly explain anything. It is an attempt to indicate something more basic than science, the sheer fact that we find ourselves in a meaningful whole. Okay, that ends. End of reading. That is a great quote, a great section of this chapter. I really liked it. And this notion of whirling, I think, is really important because it really reframes reality in this phenomenological sense in both ways. Number one, that it always has a degree of interpretation, right? Because if there wasn't any interpretation, if the world was just given to you, like perfectly, then the world would be the world, right? It's just this object that you simply, comprehend somehow, and then that just gets in your head, and now you have this perfect representation in your head, right? That's sometimes how kind of this this kind of like analytic and cognitive approaches to it sometimes seem to indicate. But it's not, right? Like the fact that it whirls, that it's whirling, right? It implies this construction, right? Number one, so it's being constructed, and also the fact that, like, it's two things. One, it's the interpretation, right? So it's kind of like you never have access to just the world, but also the fact that you are participating in that whirling, right? You are constructing it. And I think, and I really like the notion of worldview here as well, right? Which is obviously very much connected to this, right? Maybe even from a etymological perspective, right? It's kind of like the view of the world, which means your world, right? The world you live is your worldview. So this is great. Next note. Walter Biemel recalls, quote, "It sometimes happened that in one semester we read and tried to understand only 2 or 3 pages of a philosopher. But through these pages, which Heidegger had selected carefully, he was able to lead us to the very core of the thinking of the philosopher we happened to be studying, that we achieved greater understanding of it than some gain through years of study." Okay, end passage. That is a very cool historical fact, actually. And it must have been such a pleasure and such an experience to study with Heidegger that it must have been just absolutely earth-shattering. And there's many kind of anecdotes like this, which I find super interesting. I have a bunch of them saved up in different places. Oh, here's another one, which is the next note after. Hannah Handret, I have no idea how to pronounce her last name. I have never read her last name aloud. Hannah Hardent, I have no idea. Anyway, who first heard Heidegger as a gifted young woman of 17, also felt his charisma, and unfortunately did not commit suicide. Now a quote from Hannah. "People followed the rumor about Heidegger in order to learn thinking. What was experienced was that thinking as pure activity can become a passion, which not so much rules and oppresses all other capacities and gifts, as it orders them and prevails through them. We are so accustomed to the old opposition of reason versus passion, mind versus life, that the idea of a passionate thinking in which thinking and aliveness become one takes us somewhat aback." Again, in passage. Again, that is wonderful. And also it's this notion of just like trying to overcome these dualities, right? For example, passion versus reason. But just these anecdotes about kind of being a teacher of Heidegger are wonderful to me. All right, next note. I'm going to try to speed through it unless I think there's a really good reason to dwell on it. So like a lot of this historical stuff, it's really cool. I'm really glad that I read it, and I want to save it. But it doesn't have this like huge connection to everything else like sometimes other things have. Being in time begins with a quotation from Plato's Sophist. Sorry, I yawned. Being in time begins with a quotation from Plato's Sophist. "For manifestly you have long been aware of what you mean when you use the expression being. We, however, who used to think we understood it, have now become perplexed." Heidegger's choice of this passage tells us, first, that he intends to bring an ancient question back to life. Secondly, the problem of being seems at first to be no problem at all. But when we actually try to articulate what we mean by be, we soon find ourselves at a loss for words. The challenge facing Plato, Heidegger, and us is to overcome our natural sense that we already understand it all. Nothing could be more familiar than our phrases, there is, there are. But this familiarity with being is itself mysterious and calls for scrutiny. Heidegger's first job is to snap us out of our tendency to take being for granted and wake us up to the question of the meaning of being. Yeah, that is wonderful, right? So again, I mean, this is the one-on-one of Heidegger's project, right? It's kind of like, let's step back. Like, what is the fundamental question, right? And to question anything at all, you need to know what you're questioning. And then immediately you're hit with a problem. It's like, if you say, this is ABC, it's like, what do you mean by is? What do you mean by existence? What do you mean by being? Right? And we kind of take it for granted, right? So again, if we have this philosophical spirit of questioning, then let's question the very foundations upon which everything is built, which is what Heidegger is doing. Next note, page 36. Which way of being distinguishes us? Being there. Of course, a rock is there in the sense that it has a spatial location. But we are there in a much richer sense. We inhabit a world. We are capably engaged in meaningful context. It makes a difference to me that I'm climbing this rocky mountain in this country in this year. But to the rock, it makes no difference at all where or when it exists, because it is oblivious to all beings. We have a there as no other entity does, because we understand it. Much of being in time will be devoted to exploring this phenomenon in passage. Yeah, this is great. Obviously, we've talked about this a lot as well. And again, there's kind of like 2 points here. One is this question of life, right? The fact that, the fact that this precondition of meaning is care, and care is because we are alive. But then there's also this notion of Dasein, right? Which is also the reason why this there has a special connotation is because we understand it, right? Exactly as it's spelled out here, right? So again, like Dasein, we are the kind of being that question their own being, right? So it's this reflexivity that makes us special, and that's what makes us shepherds of being. All right, next passage. We are trying to understand being by examining Dasein. But how can we grasp Dasein's particular way of being unless we understand being in general? Heidegger's entire project seems circular. Through being in time, Heidegger is in dialogue with objections that he poses to himself. This particular objection is a persistent one. He will raise it again on page 152, 153, 194, 195, and then again in 13, 14, 15, and 362 to 63. In fact, this type of objection is fundamental because it can be raised against any philosophical quest. For example, in Plato's Meno, the impatient Meno tries to tires of trying to discover what virtue is. How are you going to look for it, Socrates, if you have no knowledge of what it is? If you ever find it, how will you know that this is what you didn't know? The trouble is that in order to reach for something, we must already be acquainted with what you are searching for. Okay, I'm going to interrupt the quote here because this is very interesting because it's funny that I talked this a little bit in my latest conference talk about inactivism, and I tried to have this problem also. Well, it's a different thing, but it has a little bit of overlap about this problem of transformation. Like why, like how can you transform and how can you reach that towards isn't real yet, right? And there's also this problem of transformation from L.A. Paul, which is like also the fact that you're transforming, is also transforming the person who's doing the transformation, which means that you can't know if the transformation is desirable, right? Because you don't know how you will evaluate that new state of being, because you will have a new being. You'll be a new person, sort of. And Collard's answer of aspiration is nice, because it frames it more as you're aspiring to something that you don't fully understand, but it still walks you forward, right? Like you can appreciate what that new being will be. And again, it's not the same thing, but it has a little bit of a parallel with this, right? It's kind of like, how can you look for that which you don't know? I'm going to quote Meno again. How are you going to look for it, Socrates, if you have no knowledge of what it is? If you ever find it, how will you know that this is what you didn't know? The trouble is that in order to search for something, you must already be acquainted with what you are searching for, right? And then the reason why I think this is a good connection with aspiration is because it has this very similar problem where clearly we can reach it, but also at the same time, how do you know what you're reaching for? Like there's always this paradox almost, where it's kind of like, you know it and that's why you can, but also clearly you can't. And I think the best way to do that is that you have glimmers of it, right? It's something that is often non-propositional, but that at least you know the direction, right? So like there's a bit of a hint somewhere in the world that points you towards that thing. And that's what allows you to then go for it, right? But let's see what Socrates says. So continuing the passage, Socrates answers Meno with a myth. He tells him that we knew all things before we were born, and now we're just trying to remember them. The truth in this myth is that we can be acquainted with something without knowing it clearly. Okay, this is exactly where they were going. When we philosophize, we try to get a clear concept of something that is already vaguely familiar. This is exactly what Heidegger is doing when he asks the question of the meaning of being. Thus, on the basis of a vague understanding of being in general, we will clarify our understanding of our own being, and use this understanding in order to clarify our understanding of being in general. Okay, wonderful, right? So it's exactly what I mentioned. And also, I don't know if Heidegger does this move, but I think a very reasonable argument as well is that the reason why, at least in, I'm going to step back out of my connection and just kind of address the direct point that Heidegger is trying to make here, which is, at least in the sense that an argument can be made about this idea, but not that Heidegger himself said it, is that also a reason why you have that already existing glimpse of being is because the very, how do I say this? The very question of being already requires being, right? And being is the only thing that you can't escape some form of knowledge, because you are participating and you exist in being or through being, right? So there's this notion of contact, right? And it's debatable, the type of contact, the amount of contact, right? All of this is debatable, but you can't just reject it, right? Clearly we exist, right? At least this much has to be granted, even if you have this like really deep Cartesian skepticism of some kind, right? And so this knowledge of being acquainted with being the starting point of our inquiry into being, then I think that's also a good way to frame it. And returning to the connection of transformation, this is also like a common theological approach to aspiration, right? Which is like, well, how can you know what is the right direction of transformation, right? Now, for example, during the last video, I mentioned, well, through peers, right? Like through people that you admire that embody those goods. Okay, but how do you know that good is a good, right? You come back to the same problem. And one of the theological answers is that you just have this built in, right? Like because you have that good in you, right? It's part of your being, right? Like you have the divine spark, right? You have the spirit of God that was imbued in Genesis, right? And that allows you this kind of like divine intelligibility that is then able to make a judgment or a perception of the direction of that divinity, where it exists in the world, and then you can constantly aspire towards it. And again, like, I don't want to go into this rabbit hole because I've done this many times, but like none of this implies some like very weird, spooky religious metaphysics, right? Like you can ground all of this phenomenologically, right? It's undeniable as far as I'm concerned. All right. Anyway, let's continue the passage. Although in section 2, Heidegger claims that there is no circle at all in his approach, he is more accurate when he says that although there is a circle, it is not a vicious one. The important thing is, he says, quote, is not to get out of the circle, but come into it in the right way, end quote. Open quotes, to leap into the circle, end quote. The circle would be sterile and vicious if Heidegger began settling down a definition of our own being and then appealed to the definition as he asserted dogmatic claims about being in general. Instead, he will begin with a provisional, vague account of Dasein's being that he will refine and reinterpret in the course of his investigation. He constantly returns to his previous descriptions and reconceives them, trying to make them more accurate and nuanced. And thus we can think of being, think of being in time as having a spiral structure. Each turn around the circle reaches a deeper level. Right. This is wonderful, right? So yeah, it's also this notion that, again, I really think it makes such a strong argument, this notion of participation. But even that aside, there's also a really cool idea here of just like making a provisional account and then jumping into it, right? Like you jump into the hermeneutic circle, and then you try to build it out, right? And then you constantly revisit where you started, right? It's kind of like, okay, now we can make this connection, we make this argument, and now we look back. How does that look now? Do we need to revise it? Right? No, then it means, okay, then it's great, right? Like we have a good starting point. Or maybe it's like, oh yeah, actually we realize that we need to move a little bit over here, right? Because this doesn't quite work this way because this reason or that reason. Okay, great. Let's go for the next quote. Start of passage. Existence will be reserved from now on to denote Dasein's special way of being, a way of being in which Dasein's own being is an issue for it. To anticipate, we can say that existence is inappropriate as a name for our being because we exist. And he kind of divides the word here, exist. In the etymological sense, we stand out into future possibilities, into a given past, into a present world. Unlike rocks, we are not encapsulated in a present moment and position. We essentially reach out from ourselves. Because we do so, other beings matter to us. And our being matters to us as well. Towards the end of Division 1 and in Division 2, Heidegger will use existence and related terms primarily to designate the futural aspect of our being. This makes sense because if we did not have the opportunity to pursue future ways to be, our being could not be an issue for it. Existential means pertaining to existence, that is, Dasein's way of being. Existential analysis is a kind of ontology. It is an investigation into our own being. How does Dasein relate to its future? Is an existential question. Okay, end passage. I need to start being a little bit more precise how I'm reading. I need to say start passage and end passage and start quote and end quote. Okay. So I've actually written a little bit about this etymological issue in my most recent book about kind of existence and this notion of existentiality. I'm not sure if it's I don't remember what I took it from. I don't know if it was Heidegger inspired or not, and I don't know if it maps correctly. But he says existential means pertaining to existence, that is Dasein's way of being. Oh, maybe I see. Okay, yeah. So existence is being. If we question being, if it's something that is relevant to the way that we approach existence, then it becomes existential. And that existential approaching can only be afforded by beings that are able to question existence, right? So there's existence, being, and then if you're able to question the being, then you become an existential being, an existential existence. One way to put it. And this also is very much connected to this notion of future, right? Which is like the reason why we are those existential beings is because the future matters to us, right? Well, matter isn't maybe even the best way to think about it. Is like that we can engage with the future, right? And we can engage with the future because we can be participants in the world. And we can be participants in the world because, number one, we're alive, and number two, we have this intelligibility of the real, right? And therefore, but the reason why we participate is to change something, right? So it's just very curious. It's like it's such a mystery of existence that I think most people don't give it enough credit. Like how insane it is that there's this split into existence where something has the power to change its existence, right? Like a rock can't do anything, but then an animal, life, can do something. Like how crazy is that? Like people really, they have this idea that just because we have evolutionary theory, that somehow this wonder or this miraculous nature just goes away, but it doesn't. It just explains the mechanism. But people don't appreciate this ontological difference, like how much of an insane jump it is. And then not only that, organisms can act, but then there's some kinds of organisms, at least one kind of organism, that can question the acting, right? That can almost choose in a free will sense. Obviously, let's not get into a free will debate, but yeah, let's not get into that. But at very basic, to some degree, even if it's a very minor one, even if it's from a phenomenological perspective, that we can choose, that we can reflect, and that we can choose based on that reflecting. And therefore, this notion of reflexivity is the whole precondition for how the world unfolds, because that unfolding is dependent on our action, which is dependent on that judgment. Okay, let's move on. Shit. Next quote. Oh, there's actually two notes here, and I need to track that. All right. So, start of passage. Part 2 was to destroy traditional ontology. The term destruction sounds rather crude, when in fact Heidegger intends to carry out a meticulous analysis. The expression deconstruction, which Jacques Derrida adopted nearly 40 years after being in time, is more apt. In fact, Heidegger himself sometimes uses the term abau, which means deconstruction or dismantling. What he wants is a critical process in which traditional concepts, which at first must be necessarily employed, are deconstructed down to the sources which they are drawn. Okay, this is very interesting from kind of the Heidegger roots of deconstruction. Next passage. In section 6, Heidegger explains that Dasein is its past. Without our inherited interpretations of the world, we would not be Dasein at all. We would be animals without culture, language, or norms. Our past is active in the present, making it possible for us to operate as Dasein. This applies to philosophy as well. All philosophical discussion is pervaded by traditional concepts, and thus traditional horizons and traditional angles of approach. A philosophy can't be built mid-air. That is a great quote. A philosophy can't be built mid-air. Okay. So, and yeah, this whole notion of the past, we covered it a lot, but just a tiny point here that maybe is useful to mention is that I think that also applies maybe to this notion. Well, I mean, there's the whole notion of tradition, there's the whole notion of embodiment. I suppose there's several ways of interpreting this. I'm not 100% sure which one Heidegger means at any point, but one that comes to mind now that we should also keep in mind in addition to everything we've said is that there's also this notion of perspective to history, right? Like the fact that all this culture, all this language gives you a perspective, right? It gives you a way of like grappling with the world, right? And to some degree that is biasing you, of course, right? But then your ability to remove the bias is to like jump from one lens to a better lens, right? But you can't just be without lens. Like that's just not possible. It's just not a thing. But continuing the passage, the problem then is not that we have a philosophical heritage, but that we normally take our inherited interpretations as self-evident. We assume that our way of acting and thinking is the only way and suppresses its origins. The past gets petrified into what Heidegger calls a tradition, a rigid, unquestioned conceptual structure. But obviously, those lenses can be very problematic. Obviously, that is quite self-evident, and also something we covered a lot. So continuing the passage, in challenging this tradition, Heidegger is not trying to escape from the past altogether. After all, he is right that Dasein is essentially historical. Such an escape is impossible. Neither is he examining the sources of our tradition merely in order to dismiss or reject them. Instead, his ambition is to make the past our own in a positive way. Instead of taking our tradition for granted, we have to rediscover the primordial experiences that gave rise to it. These experiences have a rich content that can be quite illuminating as long as it is kept within its limits. And within its limits is a direct quote from Heidegger. That is, interpreted in the proper context. End passage. Okay, this is wonderful, right? And I'm not dwell on this too much because the last video was almost exclusively about this. Not exclusively, but we spent a lot of time dissecting all of this. But yeah, the fact that we have to rediscover the primordial experiences that gave rise to it, that is such a good way of talking about it and of phrasing it. And to some degree, that almost sums up my entire intellectual project, really. All right, next quote. On page 46. Start of the passage. First, he claims that the Greek words phenomenon means that which shows itself. This interpretation of the word is completely orthodox. However, we typically set up a dichotomy that Heidegger combats throughout his writings. We oppose the ways things show themselves to the way that they really are in themselves. We treat appearance and reality as radical opposites. This dualism is entrenched in much of Western and some Eastern metaphysics, but for Heidegger, the primordial signification of the phenomenon is not deceptive, mere appearance, but the genuine self-display of a thing. When termites appear in my basement, they are revealed as they are, an all-too-real past. This is not all they are, but it is part of the truth. Certainly, some appearances are misleading, but these are just special cases of self-display, in which a thing displays itself as that which is not. When an insect resembles a leaf appears in my basement, it really reveals itself to me, even though it reveals itself misleadingly as a leaf. The point is that we examine phenomena. We are not just examining superficial illusions. We are trying to attend to the things themselves as they reveal themselves to us. Heidegger is fond of this Husserlian motto, although he abandons most of Husserl's technical terminology. End quote. Or end passage, rather. Okay. So, to some degree, this is a very just like basic approach to phenomenology, right? It's just kind of like, what is real is that which appears to you, really. Obviously, this immediately invites the question of illusions and whatnot, but they cover that here. But the point is to just pay attention as things appear, right? And not think that appearance is always, this deceptive thing that then has something behind it. I don't know. To some degree, there's some aspect of this which is very basic, right? And very undeniable. But there's another aspect, and again, maybe this is just my Platonist soul. There's some aspect where you can look deeper into things, right? Like that is almost your, because the issue is, if this perspective is very useful to pay attention to phenomenology, okay, to your experience, how things just appear, they are revealed, okay. But then the issue is, if this is your main frame of thinking about the world, then there's never any movement towards truth in the world, right? It's kind of like, the world is as it shows up. Well, okay, if that's the case, then why am I involved in so much deception, right? Why do I keep making false models of reality? It's not just because I failed to apprehend the appearance as the appearance that it was. It's because I mistook a false appearance and I failed to see the deeper thing, the most real thing. So obviously I totally get what is being meant here, but at the same time, we need to be careful about how much we attribute to this. And then the passage ends where I typed it, but there's a next passage a few paragraphs later, so I'm just going to do the bridge, as I often do, and just read what's in between. So it continues. When it comes to the logy of phenomenology, Heidegger's interpretation is less confrontational. We usually translate logos in context with the bland words science or study, but he looks much more closely at the fundamental Greek word and arrives at the conclusion that essentially means making something manifest. Okay, before we proceed, first of all, this is, to me, very interesting, because the way that I like to think about logos, one of the ways that I think about logos is that which orders something in order to make it what it is, right? It's kind of like, what is the essence that makes a thing exist, right? And what making something manifest means is that it wouldn't be manifested to you unless it was through that logos. And therefore, another way of saying is that logos makes that thing exist, right? So logos is how reality shows up or exists. Like, that's the same thing for our perspective here. So continuing the passage, to do phenomenology then is to make manifest that which manifests itself, to let that which shows itself be seen from itself in the very way that it shows itself from itself. Okay, that's a lot of itselfs. It's like Oh man, that's like 5 in one sentence. But yeah, despite the weird repetition, it's fairly straightforward, I think. And then it says, this definition looks like an elaborate tautology. After all this fuss, phenomenology turns out to be something very simple, revealing things. And this definition is also empty, one might say, since it says nothing about how we are supposed to reveal things. So that was the in-between passage. Now I'm going to read the second notes, which I was supposed to jump into. Start of passage. Heidegger is aware that of his concept of phenomenology is, in a sense, simple and empty. The slogan, to the things themselves, is self-evident because it is the underlying principle of any scientific knowledge whatsoever. However, it is worth dedicating ourselves to this principle wholeheartedly, because it is so tempting to rely on ready-made techniques and concepts instead of letting the things themselves have the last word. Phenomenology is no easy science where one, as it were, lies on a sofa smoking a pipe and intuiting essences. And this is a quote from Heidegger. It demands commitment and rigorous attention. End passage. So first of all, I really need to track this notion of attention because it's very important, right? Because I use attention in my own work a lot. But here's the issue. Again, coming back to this notion of the problem of phenomenology and looking deeper into reality. Okay, if it requires rigorous attention, that already shines like a qualitative way of approaching that which appears to you, right? So like the fact that you just have to, go to the things themselves, right? The fact that you just have to, the fact that the real is that which is the closest self to you, right? Like how I don't understand what Heidegger is doing here. I don't understand how. I feel like he's trying so hard to get away from a Platonist framework, and he just like does his own thing. Like he goes around it. He uses different language, different conceptual grammar, but then he ends up at exactly the same place. Like because here's the issue. So on the first passage of this word, page 46, we started to appear, right, that things always appear as they appear, right? It's kind of like this basic notion, right? And even when it's deception, whatever, like the exception is showing to yourself, to you, right? So it's just like this very basic baseline perception. Okay, but we still need to look deeper into reality, right? And if you do, then it's no longer like pure phenomenology, right? Like there's a walk towards the real. And then again, well, it's not Heidegger himself, but it's a very direct conclusion from what Polt is quoting here from Heidegger. It says it demands commitment and rigorous attention. It's like, yeah, right? Like, why does it demand commitment and rigorous attention? It can only be because there's a mismatch between appearance and true reality. And if that's the case, pure phenomenology, pure perception can't be the whole issue. Am I missing something here? Maybe I am. Okay, I'm going to read a part of the first note. Quote, but for Heidegger, the primordial signification of the phenomenon is not a deceptive mere appearance, but the genuine self-display of a thing. Genuine self-display. How can you possibly interpret genuine self-display except by what it is? And if you say what it is, then it is real. If it is real, no matter about, despite the deception, then why does looking into reality or deeper into reality demand commitment and rigorous attention. Like, you can't have it both ways. Well, let's keep going. Maybe Poltz will help us think this through better. So, another note. Start of passage. But Heidegger does not want to impose a dogma. His goal is to let Dasein put itself into words for the first time so that it may decide of its own accord whether, as the entity which it is, it has that state of being that has been formally indicated by in his interpretation. For the concept of formal indication, see our chapter 2, he wants to articulate aspects of existence that have never been satisfactorily articulated before. Until we have a vocabulary for discussing these phenomena, any proof or argument is premature. Heidegger's project thus demands a long process of forging new concepts and words, and his reader must have patience during this process. But he does not want us to suspend judgment forever. He wants us to decide for ourselves whether his descriptions are adequate. As we absorb being and time, we must constantly ask ourselves whether his account so far is true and illuminates our lives. The grounds for a description given in a phenomenological text cannot be ultimately provided by the text itself. They are provided, if at all, by the reader's experience. End passage. Okay, that is wonderful. I really like this. And also, this is connected a little bit also to this notion of the hermeneutic circle, right? That you just jump into it, but also, and you need to have patience. Like, it's not like you can question. It's not like you can question the validity of your jump into the circle right after jumping into the circle, right? It's kind of like you have to. It's like you have to explore the forest a little bit to kind of like first gain your ground, to gain some sense of orientation first, right? So to some degree, it requires this leap of trust, right? Which is kind of like, let me draw you the map first before you judge what if the map is any good or not. So that is one aspect of it, which I think is really important for all philosophy. And again, this is one of the reasons why I think some aspects of analytic philosophy are a bit too they are too rigorous to some degree, because they expect everything to be very formalized. Now, obviously, there's also this notion of patience in the analytic philosophy, which is like they can be patient in the way, okay, tell me your premise, tell me your other presence, but eventually they expect this very definite formulation and like all the steps, like very delineated and concrete. But you can't always do that. Like, there are things that are complicated where, the map doesn't have like all the details, right? It's going to skip some details, right? Either because they're not relevant or because you don't know, right? But that doesn't mean that it's not a good map. And you can see if it's a good map once you've established the baseline, right? And then you look from the map towards reality, right? I'm going to read this part because it's really important. The grounds for a description in a given phenomenological text cannot be ultimately provided by the text itself. They are provided, if at all, by the reader's experience. And again, this is how I approach my entire project of talking about religion, right? It's kind of like, the reason why what I'm saying makes sense is because once you look at the worlds through this map, you will realize that it matches your experience, right? For example, the experience of aspiration, of guilt when you fail an ideal, of all these kinds of things, right? Like, they're not meant to be taken at face value, right? There needs to be an initial faith to be able to put yourself in a different worldview than you are used to, But then the ultimate test is, once you grasp what that map is, can actually understand the world better through this framework, right? So this is great. I love this. Next passage. Heidegger remarks somewhat cryptically that there can never be something further that is hidden behind being and does not appear. Wait, what? Let me read that again. Heidegger remarks somewhat cryptically that there can never be something further that is hidden behind being and does not appear. In other words, our goal is simply to get being to show up for us more clearly as a phenomenon. It makes no sense at all to wonder, in addition, what is being like in itself, independently of how it shows itself to us. For Heidegger holds that although most entities are independent of us, their being is not. This next difficult point will be discussed in part 43c. Being is necessarily linked to our understanding because it is the difference that entities makes to us. Being is what allows us to encounter every entity. Thus, the being of the entity is found only in encounter, not in some hidden realm that is beyond our experience. For instance, in order to discover the being of the cat, I need to examine the phenomenon of an animal being, a phenomenon that is shown to me in advance and allows me to encounter the cat. If I can focus on this phenomenon and describe it, I will be doing a phenomenological ontology of cats. Heidegger's phenomenological ontology is hermeneutical. That is, it interprets being and Dasein, and it examines the process of interpretation itself. Interpretation, defined in part 32, is the act of developing one's understanding of something and illuminating the thing. Like, I know, in passage. Now, I know that this is not all this chunk is directly Heidegger, obviously. Like, this is Spolt speaking. Although he does quote Heidegger directly. I'm just going to quickly mention those. I think there's only two. So one of them is, the being of the entity is found only in the encounter. And then the other one is, okay, there's only one. Sorry about that. I thought there was two. But either way, either just from this alone. Like sometimes, like yesterday, something I did for fun was that I posted these notes that I'm doing of Heidegger. And I give it to an LLM. And I said, how does my interpretation of Heidegger compare to others? And one of the things that, or like, how standard is this? How coherent is this? Blah blah blah. And it was mostly out of curiosity. I don't take that too seriously. But one of the things that it said is that the way that I read Heidegger is that I put a lot of emphasis in this notion of categorization, the fact that we split up the world, right? And that makes it very human centric to some degree. But also there's another perspective for me, which is taken from Heidegger, which is taken from Plato, which, like, it's not completely, made up, let's say. So that's the core issue. But either way, there's definitely this element. And the LLM said, like, that's not the standard reading of Heidegger, and that Heidegger himself wouldn't agree of how I phrase it. Now, I wouldn't put this, like, I wouldn't give too much credence to this because it's an LLM. But this is something that I've heard a lot of other people say, and people have said to me. And I don't understand how they're reaching that conclusion, right? Because again, from this paragraph, from these ideas that are speaking here, it is human centric. Like, there's no way about it. Like, directly from Heidegger, the being of the entity is found only in the encounter. In encounter. Okay. If it's not human-centric, then you can take the human. But if being is from the encounter, which includes the human, now there's no being. Therefore, being depends on human, and therefore being is human-centric. Like, all of this is incredibly logically coherent. I have no idea how people think otherwise. How long have we gone through? Oh shit, it's been an hour already. Okay. Let me just read some water. Read some water? Oh my god, this is how I know that my brain is reaching its limits. All right, let's keep going. Next notes. The worlds, like being, can be called transcendent. Heidegger also speaks of Dasein's transcendence. Roughly speaking, Dasein reaches beyond itself to a world that lies beyond it. But here we must be very careful not to picture Dasein as a thing in a box, and the world has the things outside the box. As we'll see, Heidegger interprets Dasein essentially as being in the world, where world does not mean a collection of objects, but a totality of meanings and purposes which Dasein acts and encounters in other beings. Having a world indispensable to existing as Dasein, which, quote, is not a thing that stops at its skin, end quote. Another quote, Dasein does not sort of exist and then occasionally achieve a crossing over outside itself, but existence originally means to cross over. Dasein is itself the passage across, end quote. Okay, this is amazing, right? And it's exactly what I've been talking about, right? It's this participation, it's this coupling. You can never untangle them, right? They are joint at the very foundation. Like, there's nothing else at the very bottom. The world means a totality of meanings and purposes, yes. And this notion of transcendence is kind of cool as well. I like to reserve transcendence for other things, but yeah. Anyway, another passage. We must add a Kantian element to this, for when he wrote Being and Time, Heidegger took inspiration from Kant's use of the term transcendental in connection with his investigation of the conditions of the possibility of experience. For example, in the Critique of Pure Reason. For instance, how is it possible for us to know that lying in the sun causes sunburn? For this, we need not only sensations, but also the category of cause and effect. The category serves as a condition of the possibility of experience. It must already be in place before we make any judgments about particular causes and effects. An account of such categories and principles is what Kant calls transcendental knowledge. Heidegger's project is similar to Kant, for being is a condition of the possibility of our experience of entities. When we encounter an entity, we must already have an understanding of being that makes this encounter possible. When I reach out to pet my cat, I already understand the being of animals and being in general. So by investigating being, Heidegger is calling out a transcendental project. And by investigating time as the horizon of being, he is even asking a transcendental question squared. End passage. Okay, this is amazing, right? And again, the reason why I use this conceptual grammar of the bottom of the foundation, right, of reality, this is why, right? And it's described here really well. Let me just read this very last sentence again. So by investigating being, Heidegger is carrying out a transcendental project, and by investigating time as the horizon of being, he is even asking a transcendental question squared. Okay, this is when time gets into it, but let's not dive into it right now, unless it comes up in the next passages. Okay, so there's that. Let's see, next quote. This Cartesian objection haunts Heidegger, and he will address it not only in section 13, but also 19 to 21 and 48 and 43a. His basic reply is that knowing is a mode of Dasein founded upon being in the world. Thus, being in the world has a basic state, must be interpreted beforehand. The question of being is deeper than the question of knowing. Ontology precedes epistemology. Yes, I've talked about this loads. All right, continuing. Before Descartes can ask whether he or the world exists, he must already understand what it means to exist. For Descartes, this very simple notion that needs no explanation. But according to Heidegger, if we do try to explicate the obvious, we find that what it means to exist for a human being is to be in the world in this sense. Any human being is involved in a world, engaged in a sphere of concerns and issues. Belief and knowledge are founded upon this primordial being in the world. End passage. Yeah, wonderful. And again, I really like this. It's this whole notion of ontology preceding epistemology, which I've mentioned loads. All right, next passage. However this may be, concerning dwelling rather than knowing remains our basic way of existing. Normally, quote, I do not perceive in order to perceive, but in order to orient myself, to pave the way in dealing with something. End quote. And even when I perceive solely in order to perceive, this has to be understood as a special mode of dwelling, not as complete attachment. If the cabby were not engaged in his world at all, then the very concept of a traffic jam would be meaningless to him. Questions of knowledge always depend on being in the world. End passage. Wonderful. This is really, really good. And I think I also need to save this and to make use of this, because again, my notion of orientation is very important, right? And the way he describes it here is wonderful, right? I'm gonna repeat. This is the right from Heidegger. I do not perceive in order to perceive, but in order to orient myself, to pave the way in dealing with something. So again, it's this very notion of the fact that meaning is already in the world, and that your perception is based on meaning, and it's based on also the purpose of something, right? Like your very existence in the world is always oriented towards a particular purpose. And the reason why this matters so much is because that undermines a little bit this notion of neutral perception, right? Because what we just talked here is that perception is already value in itself. That's why that neutral objective notion, right? Again, how he mentions here as, complete detachment, that's why it doesn't work, right? And again, if we come back to this notion of attention, like a few passages back, like that is why, right? Because how you pay attention. Wait, that's not where I wanted to go. I had a nice connection here, but now I kind of lost it. I do not perceive in order to perceive, but in order to orient myself, to pave the way in dealing with something. Okay. But okay. But my perception, my apprehension of the phenomenon can be different depending on my commitments and on my attention, right? That's what we read before about Heidegger, right? And therefore, you You perceive in order to orient yourself, to pave the way in which you're dealing with something, but also there's also this constant layer of, are you perceiving correctly? And because perception is so oriented towards orientation and to purpose and meaning, that necessarily implies that there's this constant notion, this constant question: am I oriented correctly? Right? Is my stance towards the world correctly? Right? I'm paving the way to deal with something. Is that something what I should be doing? And it says pave the way. Is that way the way that it should be paved? Right? Like there's all these questions, right? So it's like, so what I'm trying to say here is that perception is inextricably bound with meaning, and then there's also this eternal availability of how, of the kind of being that you have that will affect the meaning of that perception, right? Like I'm really struggling with words here. Like this is not being super coherent. Like I'm pretty confident that the idea makes sense. I'm just struggling to find words to make it justice. But anyway, whatever. Let's not get stuck here too much. But this notion of perception as orientation is very, very important. Next note. Before leaping into his analysis, we have to pause to consider what he is and what he is not doing. It might seem that by starting with the activity of using things, Heidegger is implying that all human activity can ultimately be reduced to some kind of productive manipulation of tools. This is not so, although his readers are often tempted into this misinterpretation. Soon after the publication of Being and Time, he had to protest, quote, "It never occurred to me to try and claim or prove that the essence of man consists in the fact that he knows how to handle knives and forks or to use the tram," end quote. There are many human activities that are not equivalent to using things in order to produce a useful result, like making a political decision, having a conversation with one's spouse, playing the cello, exploring a glacier, or studying calculus. These activities can all involve using things, but they cannot be reduced to utility. Despite some misleading formulations, Heidegger does not want to claim that everything we do is for the sake of a product, or that's the being of the environment. Wait, let me read that again. Heidegger does not want to claim that everything we do is for the sake of a product, or that's the being of the environment. The instrumental world is equivalent to worldhood in general. In fact, it is a recurring theme in his writing that traditional ontology is unwillingly and inappropriately based on the activity of production. This is not necessarily inconsistent with his claim that traditional ontology is based on the activity of contemplation, since he suggests that contemplating the present at hand begins with a deficiency in using the ready at hand. His own notion of being in the world or care as the being of Dasein is supposed to be more fundamental than either contemplation or production. What Heidegger does want to do is take the environment as his main clue to worldhoods. Using and making are better clues than studying and knowing, which are more specialized and less everyday activities. The everyday environment provides an excellent opportunity to recognize ourselves as engaged actors who dwell in the world as a significant whole. When we examine useful things, we may be tempted to describe them as if they are present at hand things. We might find ourselves characterizing an object in terms such as these: a continuous surface, he announced at last, enfolded on itself. It appears to have, he hesitated, 5 outpouchings, if this is the word. The speaker here is stating true facts about an object, but as long as he maintains a purely theoretical attitude, he does not understand what it is. Later, by accident, he got it on and exclaimed, "Oh my God, it's a glove." The person in question is Dr. P, a patient of neurologist Oliver Sacks. Dr. P has somehow lost the ability to connect what he sees to what he does. Without a link to normal human activity, his observations are correct, but completely misguided. It is only by using things that he can realize what they are. When we conceive of ready-to-hand things as they are, when we conceive of ready-to-hand things as if they are present at hand, we are putting ourselves into the lamentable position of Dr. P. We are artificially disabling our sense of the practical world and cutting ourselves off from the being of equipment. Instead, we have to pay attention to equipment as it reveals itself in use. The only way to understand the ready-at-hand entity is to handle it, and in Dr. P's case, to get it into his hands. End quote. It was very long. Okay. First of all, I really like the kind of this allusion to an example of Dr. Oliver Sacks, which I think is really cool. But this notion of utility, I think I might be a little bit guilty of maybe not being careful enough how I speak about this problem of utility, right? When I say that perception is always towards a purpose, right? That can make it seem instrumental to some degree. But I think it's still faithful to, I think, what Heidegger was trying to get at, which is I would say that they're very similar, but they're not exactly the same in terms of something being an instrument and something being for a purpose. Like in terms of etymology, you can make them the same. But at least the way that I'm trying to use, maybe there's a better way of saying it, but the way that I'm trying to use is that I think this notion of instrumentality, which is what Heidegger is so worried about, and that it's very much connected to this technological thinking that he's so concerned about. It's this number one. It's this reduction, first of all, and I'm not sure when I speak if I'm doing this kind of reduction. Let me just put my phone on silent just a second. Okay. So number one, there's this element of reduction, and then there's also element of I'm not so sure. Am I making this mistake? Maybe because here's the issue. Like I do want to say that obviously a more primordial and also more valid and a more authentic way of being isn't a technological way of thinking, which is instrumental, right? Like, for example, I'm only doing this in order to get this, right? Like profit, status, whatever, right? That is clear. Heidegger is very concerned about that. I'm very concerned about that. I use this Heidegger argument and framework a lot. It's the bare bones of my second book. However, my very desire to do that mistake, right? So like the fact that I'm calling attention to being careful to not be authentic, to not be inauthentic, sorry, in order a call for authenticity, that is already for a purpose, right? Like me thinking through all of this is purposeful, right? It's not just instrumental. Like it's not. It cannot be degraded towards. Oh, I just want to do this, right? But it still has a purpose, right? It's like I'm thinking to get at the bottom of this, right? And that has to be. And in this sense, it's a very positive sense, right? It's like it's the very foundation of thinking, and it's the very foundation of being, right? Which we also note, we also saw this in the previous note a while back, that Heidegger thinks very highly of this, right? It's kind of like you're trying to get to this primordiality of existence, right? You're trying to shred your assumptions. You're trying to grapple with the world as it truly is, without having all these assumptions. but that's still a purpose, right? So like clearly there are different things. I just struggle to find a language to make them sufficiently clear. And that also invites into the question, which is like, even if you had that language, how would you tell when you're doing one or the other, right? Just like if everything has a purpose, but then that purpose can be, we can call it a higher purpose, like for example, being in higher contact with reality, such as me questioning my own thinking, right? Or, me thinking because, I don't know, I'm trying to look good for the camera or some shit like that, right? Like how can you tell those apart? Anyway, let's not get into this rabbit hole. So it's good to leave the question open, but yeah, I was just like thinking out loud. Okay, this is a good place to end, I think. It's been 1 hour 20 or so, so that's usually where I ended. Actually, maybe I'll just do one more. Maybe it's a good heuristic and a good nice little accomplishment if I always try to at least get an hour and a half. Because if I try to do just a little bit under an hour and a half, maybe I'll just keep sliding down and making them shorter. So this is a more objective place to stop. So, next note. In his terminology, we signify our own possibilities for being and the involvement of things we use. Worldhood can be described as the relational totality of this signifying or significance. And this is a direct quote from Heidegger, which I need to save. Relational totality of this signifying. Frankly, Heidegger has probably introduced more terminology than he needs. The totality of references, the totality of involvements, and the totality of signifying are just subtly different perspectives on a single phenomenon, worldhoods. In non-Heideggerian terminology, a world is a system of purposes and meanings that organizes our activities and our identity, a system which identities can make sense to us. It should be clear by now that our world is absolutely essential to who we are, so essential that Heidegger refers to our own way of being as being in the world. End quote. End sentence. Sorry. End passage. Jesus. Okay. So yeah, this is a little great passage about kind of this notion of relationality, the system of meaning. And then there's also a nice diagram right after, which is cool. And the diagram, I'll just try to explain it verbally. So there's this synergistic connection, not synergistic, reciprocal connection between different kinds of equipment, right? And the reason why is because the very notion of equipment already relies on the web of meaning, which is other equipment, right? Seeing things like that. It's kind of this famous example in the workshop. And all of this are ready at hand entities, right? And all of that is towards which, it says here on the diagram, which to me is purpose. It's the same thing, right? Which here he says work, right? So there's equipment, there's a group of equipments, all of which is interdependent on a web of meanings, and all of that has a purpose, which is to work. And then the diagram then culminates into a final step, which says, for the sake of which. And then in parentheses it says, possibility of Dasein's being. And I actually don't know what the fuck that means. I actually don't know what it means. So I'm gonna read a little bit more just to understand this for sake of which. So it starts. Let's expand our diagram now, putting it in general terms rather than limiting it to an example and adding the dimension of for sake of which. The world is the totality of references, which are represented here by the arrows. Yes, as we proceed, we'll return to this diagram and supplement it once again. I claim that the environment, the world of using and producing, is just a familiar world, not the only one. but Heidegger has made it hard to see this. His explanations of significance and involvement are purely in terms of the ready-to-hand. Sometimes he even refers to ready-to-hand entities as entities, pure and simple. It appears that the involvement is the world. However, several passages show that this is not so. For instance, Heidegger speculates that the primitive world may have nothing to do with readiness to hands and equipment. Maybe oral, tribal cultures do not approach things in terms of our categories of usefulness and productivity. But then worldhood is more than just environmentality. Heidegger has not given us much opportunity, however, to see other kinds of worlds because he wants to emphasize that the most ordinary experience, at least in modern Western cultures, involve using and making. His analysis of the activity of using things is an effective way to show that we understand ourselves and our surroundings by operating skillfully within a complex system of significance, not by forming beliefs or knowledge claims about objects. Okay, this all makes sense to me so far, but I still don't understand what I was trying to answer. But there's a last paragraph, so I'll read that as well. A further question of why Heidegger nearly always speaks of Dasein's world instead of worlds. Doesn't every individual inhabit several worlds, serially or simultaneously? Can't those worlds clash? One might be both a parent and a soldier with conflicting duties. A society includes many worlds and is challenged or influenced by the worlds of other societies. Perhaps these are ontical details that can be investigated only once we have a general ontology of worldhood, but perhaps Heidegger overemphasizes the coherence of being in the world. And that ends the paragraph and the entire section as well. So I'm a little bit annoyed because I read all of this and I still don't have what I need. So just to speed up things a little bit, just to but to fix my state of annoyance, I'm just gonna ask my custom LLM. I'm gonna give it some extra emphasis on the diagram, and I'm gonna ask it about this for sake of which. Explain the. I need to select my specific thing first. Wait, oh crap. My custom LLM is gone. Where did it go? God damn, that's annoying. All right, I'm just gonna try to use an existing chat. All right. Okay, I got it. So explain for the sake of which. For the sake of which. What does that mean? So there's a purpose to all this web of meaning, of equipment, of the ready-to-hand entities. That has a purpose. I don't understand the next level of abstraction. Right, let's see what the LLM says. It says, this is one of the most important concepts in being and time. The easiest way to understand, for the sake of which, is the ultimate possibility of yourself that gives meaning to everything else you do. Heidegger is asking, why are you using this tool? Take the hammer example. Hammer for hammering, hammering to build a house, house for shelter. But Heidegger says the chain doesn't stop there. We must ask, why shelter? Maybe to care for my family, to be a good provider, to live independently, to fulfill my vocation as a builder. Eventually, we reach not another object, but the way of being. The final level is for the sake of which. Okay, now I get it. Okay, I actually had this in mind, but it's not very clear at all just from the terminology that's being used. So I thought maybe I was just misinterpreting it. And then it gives an example, and then it says, why Heidegger thinks this is important. Traditional philosophy says subject observes the object. Heidegger says that's backwards. Before you even encounter objects, you already inhabit a meaningful world organized by projects. The hammer is intelligible only because houses matter, shelter matters, certain possibilities of life matters. Without these possibilities, the world would not show up as a hammer at all. Okay, yeah. The book says all involvement usually ultimately depends on some possibility way for Dasein to be. This is the key sentence. The world is not fundamentally a connection of things. The world is a network of meanings organized around possibilities of existence. So, yeah, okay. Then it's just all these LLM replies are way too fucking long and repetitive. Like they don't know how to be concise. Okay, and then he also speaks about the notion of authenticity, right? Which is like the forsake of which the way that I would phrase it, which is the most fucking obvious, I think, way to say it, which is a lot simpler, is there's the equipment. The equipment depends on the web of relations that are related to that equipment that relates to a higher purpose, like for example the hammering, the house, whatever, right? And then there's a purpose to purposes, right? Like there's the I thought this would sound more logical. Maybe it doesn't, but the way that I like to speak about it, which I think it's kind of related. It's not 100% the same thing, but it has a lot of overlap. The way that I talked about it in my last talk was that you care about different things, and then there's a hierarchy of care, right? Like there's a care that orders your care. I think that's pretty related. Anyway, but here what he talks about is this notion of authenticity, which is like, there's all these purposes. The purposes are binding to an identity, right? It's the identity that defines the purposes. It's your stance in the world. It's this orientation that we've talked about previously, right? And so, for example, when he's giving this example of the Das Man, it's, for example, if that purpose, if that identity is being consumed or inflicted by the day, then it's kind of like this unauthentic identity that then is producing all these purposes, right? For example, to be successful, to make money, to gain status, to fit in, and so on and so forth. Oh, wonderful. Okay. And then at the end, it gives this concise formula, which is equipment is what I use, and towards which is this phrase that I got confused about. It says the task or work being done. And then I messed it up. Equipment is what I use, towards which is the task or work being done, which is not what I confused about. That's just a purpose. That's just like the first layer of abstraction. And then there's the final tier. That is what I got confused about, which is for the sake of which means the possibility of myself that makes the task matter, right? It's the frame of the purpose that contains all this web of equipments. That's the best way to put it. That's how I would say it. And then here it kind of says, it in a way that's a little bit more, of a stretch, I suppose, but it's still okay. It says, for the sake of which is the answer to the question, who am I trying to be through all of this, right? I think this is already giving an overly existential, transformative interpretation of Heidegger. I still think it's true. And I also do this kind of interpretation all the time, so I can't complain really. But yeah, wonderful. So yeah, that was really good. I'm really glad I went on this rabbit hole because this is exactly how I talk about it. So it's really good to be able to then make a direct parallel about Heidegger was saying the exact same thing, just with this very specific terminology. So yeah, good place to end it. Cheers. All right, time for another session with Heidegger. So we're still reading Polt's book. So let's get right into it. Perhaps the most basic Cartesian assumption is that human life goes on inside, not outside. There's a special sphere in which human existence takes place, which you might call the mind, the subject, consciousness, the ego, or the self. Outside this subjective sphere, there are, or maybe, external objects. These material physical objects are alien to us. They have no consciousness or mind. They are just brute things situated in measurable space. Without my subjective sphere, I have perceptions or sense data that appear to represent external reality. However, I cannot immediately know whether these perceptions actually resemble external objects. Similarly, I assume that other minds, if there are any, cannot know my true self or inner personality. When we do make assertions about external objects, we tend to rely on what modern natural science tells us about them. The data we trust are quantitative facts, fact scientists obtain by measuring size, mass, and motion. These objective facts can be systematized in the general mathematical formulas, universal laws. We assume that what really exists out there, then, is a set of objects moving through three-dimensional space. Or, if we are a bit more sophisticated, matter and energy distributed in space-time. Let me just check where this note ends. Oh wow, this is a very long note. Okay. Of course, there are many other aspects of our existence, of our experience, that cannot be captured in quantitative terms. The poignancy of our family ties, the magnificence of a skyscraper, our patriotic or religious duties, and even humble experiences such as cooking, cleaning, or relaxing. But so we assume these only have a subjective quality. The world in itself consists only of particles and energy. The world for us includes subjective values that we project onto things. Judgments about good and bad, beautiful and ugly, are value judgments that merely reflect our own desires, instead of saying something about the world. The result of these assumptions is a technological approach to the world. The right way to live, we suppose, is to clarify our own desires, or invent new ones, and then impose our will in the external world. Quantitative science gives us the key to forcing physical objects to obey our will. The following passage, which anticipates the use of nuclear fusion for energy, was published by Descartes in 1637. It is an extraordinary prophetic vision of modernity. Quote, "It is possible to arrive at knowledge that is very useful in life, and in place of speculative philosophy taught in the schools, one can find a practical one, by which, knowing the force and the actions of fire, water, air, stars, and heavens, and all the other bodies that surround us, just as we understand the various skills of our craftsmen, we could, in the same way, use objects for all the purposes for which they are appropriate, and thus make ourselves, as it were, masters and possessors of nature." End quote. Okay, the passage continues, but this is a very interesting quote. First of all, I really need to save this and use this because it's very nice to be able to quote Descartes directly. That kind of explains a little bit that kind of worldview. But now I'm a little bit confused. I don't know, this is a bit embarrassing, but I don't know which one came first, Descartes or Bacon. I think it's Bacon, but let me just, I don't know how much. Oh, it's the opposite. Oh, but they were contemporaries. Okay, that explains it. That's why I wasn't so sure. Bacon was born first, and then Descartes is like 30 years later. Okay, sure. Cool. All right, let's continue the note. So the quote ends there from Descartes, and then Polt says, "The Cartesian assumptions that I have described are ingrained in our well-worn words, such as subjective, objective, value, external, and internal. Often enough, the common sense of today is the philosophy of 3 or 4 centuries ago. Heidegger challenges these modern assumptions, first of all, by asking the meaning of the I am, a meaning that Descartes took for granted. For Heidegger, to be human is not a special kind of thing within a subjective sphere. Human existence is not a private precinct. We exist in the open. It can even be said that we are the open, the clearing. Although it is hard to picture this, Heidegger would like us to think of ourselves as an event of the opening, rather than a thing inside a closed sphere. And maybe it's best if we don't picture it, because picturing, representing it, may be appropriate only to present at hand objects, but not to Dasein. One may object that, like it or not, the human brain is enclosed by the human skull. That is true, of course, the brain should stay there. But the process of human existence does not take place merely inside the skull. It occurs when the body interacts with the beings around it in such a way that those beings reveal themselves in their depths of meaning. If our connections to our other beings were cut, we would not end up inside our minds. We would end up without a mind at all. The mind depends on minding, caring for things which show up as mattering to us. And then there's and then the passage ends, but then there's a footnote as well, which I'm going to read. In contemporary philosophy, the extended mind theory, first proposed by Clarke and Chalmers, proposes that my books and my computer should be considered part of my mind, since I think with them, consulting them as I would with my own memory. The fact that this idea has the ring of paradox testifies to our continuing inclination to think of the mind as internal. From a Heideggerian point of view, the extended mind theory is a helpful first approach to the phenomenon of Dasein. Dasein is essentially concerned with its own being and the being of other entities in order to be ourselves. So in order to be ourselves, we must engage with the ready-to-hand things. They are not themselves Dasein, but they are indispensable to Dasein's project and interests, and thus to consciousness and thought. The more comprehensive 4E approach, the mind is embodied, embedded, and active and extended, has further affinities to Heidegger. Okay, that ends the footnote. First of all, kind of Polt saying, that the Fourier approach has further affinities to Heidegger. To me, that's a massive understatement. Like, it's not just some affinities. Like, Heidegger is a pillar of this entire branch of thought. There's also a somewhat independent, branch from ecological psychology, but nevertheless, take away Heidegger, and for sure, Fourier cognition would never exist in the sense that it exists today. Now, in terms of this very, very long passage regarding Descartes, that was really... Oh, man. Sorry that I'm yawning so much. I always get so tired when I do these in the afternoon. But in terms of this passage, so it's really good. It's really well written. I really liked it. And I really like how this kind of play of words here. I don't know if there's actually a etymological connection, but even if there isn't, it's really nice. So the mind depends on minding, caring about things, which ends up as mattering to us. So it's a really nice quote. Now, obviously, to some degree, we've talked about this to death already. So I've talked about this notion of coupling a billion times before. The only thing that I want to add here that comes to mind is even I fall prey to this, right? Because on one hand, I do want to agree that, there isn't just a subjective world and an objective world out there, and that they're always joins. But at the same time, sometimes I feel myself that I'm using kind of Cartesian language or a Cartesian worldview when I'm trying to defend the importance of consciousness. So even though I'm massively influenced by Heidegger and by Fourier Coxai, I take the problem of consciousness, I think, in a little bit more mysterious form than a lot of other people and scholars in these subjects. I do take the hard problem of consciousness very seriously, and I don't think it's solvable, and I do think it's a big problem. And I do think that's connected to this whole notion of the subject and object distinction, but I don't think Fourier Coxai solves it. Like, I think that just means that, because the stance that I take is that it is nonsensical to think of reality outside consciousness for most purposes. That is what reality is. And reality within that sense, it is already subjective because, well, that is your starting point. Like there's no further foundation other than subjective experience. But also it's not purely subjective experience because clearly there is a world out there, right? But then if it's always a coupling, it always kind of implies that you can never talk about one or the other. But sometimes it feels very intuitive to talk about one or the other. Um, Let me just triple check that the charging cable is connected correctly. Otherwise, the camera is gonna die. But yeah, it looks fine. Okay, where was I? Right. So sometimes it's very intuitive to talk with language that kind of makes this division. And here's one example. I don't know if I've mentioned this before or not in the previous session, but I know that there's some people within this line of thinking that typically like to say that there cannot be an is and ought gap. Because that gap is already kind of Cartesian, right? It's kind of like saying the subjectivity and the external world are completely independent, right? And so I want to say, yes, no, I want to say they're not completely independent. That's not possible. They're always coupled together, and that's how the world shows up to you. And there's no useful scenario where you can think one can exist without the other, except in these like theoretical abstractions that might be useful for any given purpose. However, there's another sense, which again, usually connected to this notion of consciousness, that makes me think, no, they're completely separate things, right? Because, for example, when I argue, either literally or kind of pseudo arguments in my head, like when I'm thinking through the problem of materialism, that's always what comes to mind, right? It's kind of like materialism cannot possibly ever explain consciousness. And that's because consciousness is a different kind of thing. And it's a kind of thing that you cannot possibly ignore ever. And even going back to the is-ought problem or gap, I also strongly agree with Hume's original proposition, which is like, I can't get a not from an is. I do think they're separate. Like, I don't think that the world contains value by itself, which is a very weird thing to say because you also will catch me in other places to say that the world is already full of value. Like, meaning is baked in the world, right? So how can these two things be true at the same time? Because the reason is that when I say that meaning is baked into the world is because the way that I'm thinking through it is that whatever concept of reality there is, it's a subject that's engaged in the world. Like it's a being in the world, right? In this Heideggerian sense. And the very aspect of apprehension is embowed with meaning, and that is unavoidable, right? So in that sense, I'm like, yeah, sure, right? The world is full of meaning. But then to a materialist, I'll say, actually, you can't account for meaning in the world. You need consciousness. And so, yeah, I'm just being a bit slow and a bit repetitive because I'm actually trying to think through how this works in my mind. Now, I suppose one way to do it is to say, no, it can't, no, materialism cannot work because you need subjective experience, and but also that subjective experience is instead of saying we need subjective experience, period, right? So it's kind of like this object that you're now framed within this dichotomy. You can also say, you need subjective experience, which the very notion, the very concept of what I'm talking about when I'm talking about subjective experience is actually in a deeper reality, the coupling, the disclosure, right? But I usually don't speak with that language in that kind of context. And the reason is, I don't even know what reason, but like I suppose an intuition that's coming to mind is because that coupling, what I'm trying to highlight of the coupling is precisely the subjective element, right? So on one sense, I don't want to separate it, but on another sense, I feel like that separation is inevitable because the ontological primacy which I'm trying to point to is a specific part of the coupling, and therefore, if that specific part of the coupling wasn't a real ontological thing by itself, then this very reference that I'm trying to make would kind of crumble, right? I think. Now, obviously, the way that I'm speaking is a little bit stupid because I am speaking as if I'm trying to prove my worldview already. Like, I'm speaking as if I have the truth, and now I'm trying to kind of like reverse engineer why I think it's true, right? Obviously, this is not how you typically approach um, these topics. But I'm coming at it from a very specific angle of just like trying to clarify the categories that I'm even using when I'm trying to approach this problem of subject and object from different approaches, and why, in different contexts, there seems to be a clash in the worldview that is hinted by the kind of conceptual grammar that I'm using. And I don't know how to solve it, really. I don't have an answer. I was just trying to put the cards on the table, kind of flesh it out, think it through a little bit. But yeah, I don't think I can do any better than this. So let's just go for the next note. Oh shit, that was a single passage. My god. Okay, next passage. The simple distinction between subjectivity and objectivity is further underdetermined by one of Heidegger's favorite points. Even the objective feature of things, their present at hand characteristics, reveal themselves only within a larger, significant context that can not itself be explained in terms of what is present at hand. The geologist, for instance, measures the quartz and finds that it is 10 centimeters long. She is right, it is 10 centimeters long. But this fact would have no meaning for her, and she would never have bothered to find it in the first place, were it not for her larger world, the world in which she exists as a Canadian Jewish scientist and mother. Astrophysicist John Chauger puts it well, quote, "Scientists do what fascinates them, and what fascinates them is not something that you can discover with science. They're interested in investigating where planets come from, say, not because science tells them to do that, but because as human beings they find that interesting. They go after questions that they consider worth the investment of a lifetime." End quote. To do justice to the context of science, we need to understand how things become fascinating and how we can build worthwhile lives within a meaningful whole. Reality includes all the richness of the realm of human experience, the life world, as Husserl called it in his late work. We can't reconstruct the life world by taking quantitative scientific facts and piling facts on top of them. This procedure is simply backwards because the life world is already what gives because the life world is what gives all facts their meaning. Heidegger's approach is holistic. He stresses that the experience of the meaningful world as a whole. Wait, sorry, I got lost. I am so tired. Um, he stresses that the experience of a meaningful world as a whole is more basic than the particular facts we discover about entities within it. The life world, with all its significance, is what is fundamental for us. Our findings about the world of present-at-hand objects are just a narrow class of data that we may extract under certain conditions from what we experience. The Cartesian outlook suffers from intellectualists' myopia. It examines a specialized class of entities within the world, present-at-hand objects, but it misses the world itself, the context in which these objects present themselves. In a sense, it misses the forest for the trees. This is natural enough because the background that allows things to present themselves tends to remain in the background. It is easy to overlook. It can also be unsettling to come to grips with our life world, as we will see later in Being and Time. End passage. So this is great, and I don't want to dive too much into it because we've talked about this a lot already, but just a note that comes to mind is that I think there's kind of sometimes two ideas that are being a little bit mushed together, which maybe shouldn't. Because like one is the fact that the world is disclosed and can only be interacted with through meaning, through value, through caring, right? Which is the whole notion of the scientist example, right? But then there's also another notion which is very much related. I'm not saying that it isn't, and it's very much overlapping. But I don't think it's the same thing, which is the fact that meaning is always relational and it's always contingent upon other meanings, right? The whole web of significance. And those are not the same thing, right? One is kind of like the very first, one is kind of like the brute fact of meaning, which is just like one has to, number one, it's ontologically different than non-meaning. But again, even speaking like this, this is already like a Cartesian grammar. So I don't know how to avoid it. But either way, that strikes me as true, right? So it's like meaning is different than non-meaning, which is to say, mind is different than world, right? Deeply Cartesian. So how the fuck am I doing this? I don't know. But either way, setting that aside, that's one fact. The other fact is that that meaning is built from other meanings, right? So this strikes me as two different phenomena or two different claims. And for example, the way that it's spoken here and that many people speak about it, they kind of speak at it as if it's the same thing. But anyway, that's enough. Let's not dwell on it too much. So let's go for next passage. The simple distinction between subjectivity and objectivity is further undermined by one of Heidegger's favorite points. Even the objective features of things, their present-at-hand characteristics, reveal themselves only within a larger, significant context that cannot itself be explained in terms of what is present at hand. Oh shit, this is the passage I already had read, so never mind this. Alright, next passage. As modern technology progresses, our sense of space is mutating, even eroding. Heidegger's comment on the radio on page 105/140 suggests his apprehension about this process. In a lecture course, he elaborates, quote, in the radio, Dasein today realizes a particular extension of the process of being the world nearer. This frenzy for nearness is nothing but a reduction in the loss of time. But the reduction in the loss of time is the flight of time from itself. End quote. That is an amazing quote. And in my book, I talk a little bit about this notion of the shrink of space and shrinking of time. Maybe it would be nice to include this quote there. I just want to take a picture because I want to post this quote on Instagram because it's so great. All right. And this is pretty self-explanatory, I think. Let's not dwell on it. But yeah, it's very good. Next passage. Attunement. This term, Benfindlichkeit. I am so sorry if any German person ever hears this. I am deeply sorry. Anyway. The term designates our moods as ways of finding ourselves in the world. There is no ideal English equivalent, but we can use attunements to approximate what Heidegger means. This is Stambaug's translation. This position is another way to render it, because it helps us to think of our moods as what positions us in the world, giving us an orientation. Others have tried situationness, affectedness, findingness, or so-foundness, attuned self-finding, and even where you're atness. Macquire and Robinson rendition of the word as state of mind is inappropriate. After all, Heidegger consistently tries to avoid the impression that Dasein exists inside a subjective sphere such as a mind. One's attunement discloses one's thrownness. Attunement is our way of finding ourselves thrust into the world. In this way, having an attunement involves having a past. I always find myself already attuned to the world in a certain way. Heidegger will focus on fear and later on anxiety as particular interesting cases of attunement. End passage. Okay, this is great, and I should use attunement more in my work, drawing from Heidegger. And I really like this explicit connection with orientation. Right? I like the word stance as well, which is very similar. So yeah, that's it. Let's go for the next note. All right, start of passage. Often enough, Western philosophers have tried to escape from subjective emotion and mood and have sought objective clarity and certainty through the intellect alone. If Heidegger is right, this is really an unauthentic attempt to evade one's thrownness and facticity, a desire to have no past. Descartes, for instance, at a moment where he has no worries or passions, retreats by himself to a small stove-heated room, where he reflects on how much better it is to produce everything according to one's plan, rather than to relying on tradition. He concludes that it is almost impossible for our judgments to be as pure or solid as they would have been had we the full use of our reason within the moment of our birth and had never been led by anything but our reason. When he emerges from this artificial womb, he is determined to build his own system of truths to reason alone. Heidegger would point out, however, that every system has to rely on the past, both on one's pre-rational familiarity with the world and on millennia of cultural and philosophical tradition. There is no way to build truth from scratch. The very idea of being born with a full use of reason is absurd, because reason presupposes a prior revelation of the world, a revelation that is largely achieved through attunement. There is a price to be paid for accepting Heidegger's analysis. Although he rehabilitates moods, restoring their meaning and disclosive force, he cuts us off from the possibility of absolute or total knowledge. Since Dasein is thrown and factical, we always experience the world from a particular standpoint, and we can never guarantee that we have found the final and best perspective. We will have to ask whether this leaves us in a state of radical skepticism and relativism, the fate that Descartes feared above all. End passage. Okay, this is great, and it's really nice how here it's explained through this lens of like if only we haven't been exposed to culture, then we would be truly rational. Like it's this really super naive idea that everything you learn, and this is also, I mean, I really don't want to get into politics, but this is also one of the things that I really don't like about some aspects of typical expressions or hints from the left, even though to a large degree I identify myself on the left. But there's very often this narrative that the past is just this oppressive thing, right? And usually that has a political dimension, religious dimension. It's not exactly the same thing of what Descartes is trying to imply here by just like this notion of pure knowledge, but it's not purely unrelated either, right? Because even this political notion is already like knowledge of the true way that society should be organized, right, in some way, and the methods and the ways that you go about in achieving that. And so, that's clearly not true. Like, first of all, it's not true, like religiously and politically. Like, clearly, there's tons of inherited knowledge and conceptual maps that we inherit that are really, really useful. That would be much worse off if you didn't have them. And also, and then there's also a bigger ontological point, which is kind of what Heidegger is trying to hint at as well, which is like it wouldn't even be possible to be this like disembodied ahistorical being that is just like purely rational without any bias, right? Bias, again, considered through the lens of history and tradition, right? That's just not a thing, because again, to apprehend the world, you have to have a perspective. You come at it from a specific lens and interpretation, and that is necessarily specific in some way, right? It's cultured, it's historical. Like, even if you were to make this kind of claim that it would be possible somehow to produce this human being of like completely detached from culture and history, and that would be the rational agent, right? That he could construct everything from the ground up without bias. You would still be at mercy of the bias of the way that your cognition is built from your neurophysiology, right? That are a byproduct of evolutionary forces, right? That's just as much of a bias as it is culture and history, right? And so you'd actually just end up in the exact same place. It's a different kind of bias, sure. Maybe it's a bigger bias, maybe it's a lesser bias. I don't know. It kind of depends how you're thinking about it. But either way, it doesn't solve the problem at all. And good luck trying to get rid of that, right? Like, if it's already completely absurd to think of it as already absurd to think of cognition as, a historical and outside of tradition and culture. Now, to think of cognition without a biological basis, it's like, yeah, good luck with that. Obviously, some people would try to put an AI angle here, but that wouldn't work either. Like, AI functions because of all the learning of human beings. It's like it's just an abstraction of already these kinds of dependencies. But yeah, just an interesting note, but let's not dwell on it. So let's go to the next note. Start of passage. What we can do is pursue an available possibility, using it to unfold our understanding into a developed interpretation. Again, Heidegger focuses on the activity of using things, since this is the most ordinary kind of existence. In everyday life, we may interpret something by improving it. For example, I spend an afternoon gardening. My backyard garden fits into the activity of gardening, has a possibility that I understand. And this is why I'm able to treat the garden as a garden. I now work with my prior understanding. I approach the garden with certain expectations and goals and set about improving it. I notice that there are weeds in the garden and I treat them as weeds. I uproot them. I treat some vegetables as ripe by harvesting them. I treat some plants as needing water by irrigating them. On the basis of my prior understanding of gardening, I am interpreting the components of the garden as items to be dealt with in various ways. The entirety of these has ease constitutes the interpretation. Without my prior understanding of gardening, I would be incapable of interpreting the garden in this way. I must already be projected into the possibilities of a situation in order to interpret it. Thus, an interpretation is never a presuppositionless apprehending of something presented to us. It is always guided by forehaving, foresight, and foreconception. For a fuller explanation, see blah 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 blah, some pages. In various ways, we must already have a take on something, as we say, before we can interpret it. End quote. Or rather, end passage. There's also a footnote here about Heidegger. Let me just read that really quick. I won't read it out loud. Let me just see if it's relevant or not. Okay, apparently Derrida has a book titled Heidegger about being in time. I didn't know that. It's cool. All right. But yeah, about this particular thing, I think it's more or less what we mentioned already, right? The fact that there's always a web of meaning. Now, I'm wondering if maybe I was missing something. If maybe I was too harsh or misguided into claiming that there's these two separate phenomena. One is that meaning itself is always in the world, right? And also the fact that that for that meaning to exist, that it's always related to everything else. Just trying to think, like there's a little bit of a hint of how this is phrased that again kind of considers it as the same thing. So I'm just trying to think it through. Like, are they the same thing? Because I suppose, because I think one view that naturally comes to mind that makes me think that they're different is that I kind of want to put this emphasis on this like ontological distinction of value, right? That quality is inherently different than quantity, right? That relevance is always a different thing than measurement, right? And so if there's any category at all that you're going to do on the world, that is the category, right? But again, that's already what Descartes said, right? Also, there was another related to this Descartes' desire to be completely ahistorical, and this notion of tradition always bad and whatnot. Just a funny thought that occurred to me, but then I ended up not saying. It kind of slipped my mind. Is that Descartes really made history, or philosophy, but by extension history, in a really confused direction, right? It took a very long time, for us to recognize the limitations that we have inherited from Descartes. And here's what's funny, is that I'm going to oversimplify it. It's not quite like this, but the reason why we got into that problem was through Descartes' innovation, right? The fact that he was after this like absolute certainty, right? The fact that he was so inspired by mathematics, it was precisely his attempt of completely reducing everything, or not completely reducing everything, sorry, of this attempt to strip everything. That is what messed us up. Like that's where he went wrong. If he had paid more attention to the ancients, to the people before him, he would have noticed that treating the world in that way is problematic, right? So it's just this kind of funny little way of thinking about what he was trying to do, what he ended up doing, and the relationship between the consequence of his project and the inspiration of his project. Anyway, but there was a side note to Descartes. We were speaking about something before. Oh, about this notion if they're the same or not. Okay, what was I saying about that? Yeah, so relevance is always different than quantity, blah, blah, blah. That's what prompted the Descartes tangent. And then there's another thing, which is, okay, so there's meaning. What is that meaning, right? And then you can make the claim that meaning is this web of other meanings, right? That's what is constituted by. So my argument was, those are kind of two different things, right? Like one is the foundation, one is kind of like a specification of it or a mechanism of it, whatever. But at the same time, I suppose another argument, a counter argument that one could say to this is, okay, sure, but when you talk about relevance, when you talk about meaning, what do you mean by that? And then, even though we're still on this like primordial ontological point, right? Like this basic phenomenon of reality, right? This very basic categorization of what something is. Even though we're in that, kind of very bottom floor, you would struggle, I think, to try to make any sense of that, except through the reference, through your already assumed meaning, assumed relevance, and point to other relevant things and systems of meaning, right? And so I suppose one argument is, are these two things really separate if when you're trying to make the first ontological distinction, maybe I'm tricked by this intuition that I can do that first before explaining the mechanism, because I already have an implied assumption of what that is. And if I explicate that implication, that assumed, that assumption, let's put it that way, getting a little bit lost with words now, that would reveal the relationality upon which that meaning and subjectivity depends. And so that would be an argument against that. Actually, it is accurate to speak of them as it is the same thing, because they are the same thing, right? You can't separate them. And I don't know what to make of it, really. I really don't. So I didn't have an answer. I was just thinking it through. So next passage. As I am weaving in my garden, I have no assertions whatsoever floating through my head. Actually, before this passage, I've mentioned before I've mentioned before the fact that my interpretation of Heidegger depends very much on this notion of that the world isn't this neutral, objective thing, in part because we have to slice up the world. We have to categorize it. And that categorization has a perspective and it has a meaning built into it. Things have a purpose through which the system of meaning is built, right? For example, the cup is usually a traditional example, right? And there's some people that argue with this, right? Like that as I was mentioning before on the other talk, that this is a notion that is more subjective than what Heidegger is implying. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because it was mentioning this notion of the gardening, right? But with the gardening, right, so there was this example of the weeds, right? But what is the weeds? Right? The weed is already within this realm of purposes, right? Which is like, I want to build this garden. And obviously that has this entire web of meanings, as it was just explained in this passage, right? But then the point is, that web of meaning is already built through a previous web of meaning that frames the world in a certain way. For example, that a garden is supposed to look a certain way, where it's supposed to have these certain characteristics. And the weed isn't this like objective, neutral thing, right? It's just a categorization for a particular purpose. And I'm pretty sure I've mentioned this example already, so it's a bit hard to always have in mind what I've said before or not, but whatever. But I think when you take this into account, I think I really don't see a way to get out of this basic Heideggerian claim that, that part of the issue of this relation between subject and object is a categorization, right? And then it's very difficult to arrive at this is the way to look at the world. Obviously, this brings the whole problem of relativism and whatnot. We discussed this to death, but anyway, I just wanted to give this example because it's another. I think it's another way of thinking through this kind of debate, right? Of like, how subjective is it? But yeah, that's enough. Let's not dwell on it too much. So let's go back to the passage that I was before. As I am weeding in my garden, I may have no assertions whatsoever floating in my head. I may be simply pulling out the dandelions by their roots, and this is in itself constitutes an interpretation of them as weeds. Okay, this is exactly what I just mentioned, right? So my commentary was pretty useless. He was gonna get into this. All right, continuing. But I may have to occasion formulate an assertion. A child asks me, "Why did you pull out that pretty flower?" I answer, "Because it's a weed." I am now sharing with the child my view of the dandelion as having the definite character of harming the plants I am cultivating. See Heidegger's 3 characteristics of assertion on 154 and 196. Okay. If I like, I can now write the sentence. I can now write down the sentence. Dandelions are weeds. I can even formalize it in symbolic logic. And then it has the whole symbolic logic of formula, which I don't know how to read this. But translated back to English, it says, it is true of any object that if it belongs to the set of dandelions, and then it also belongs to the set of weeds, right? So it's the definition, basically, logical definition. I think of the plant as an object, and dandelionness and weediness has its properties. I am now considering the plant as a present at hand entity. But I should not lose sight of the fact that the dandelion made sense to me well before I objectified it and formulated an assertion about it. Heidegger complains that the traditional metaphysics and logic begin with assertions or propositions, logos in a narrow sense, and view them as the home of meaning and truth. They treat assertions as if they were free floating. And free floating is a quotation from Heidegger on page 156 or 199, depending on the version, rather than recognizing its roots in being in the world. This critique applies to Heidegger's own early views, for he himself once subscribed to the theory of validity that he now denounces so vigorously on 155 to 157. Any theory that begins with propositions, including symbolic logic, is utterly incapable of grasping the nature of meaning. End of passage. Okay, this is amazing, actually. This is actually much deeper than what I've mentioned, right? And so it's this notion that like logic is already this downstream construction of what the world is, right? You have these implicit basic assumptions that came way before that, right? And I remember having this thought when I was kind of a kid, like I don't know how old, like before entering teenagehood, I suppose. But I was trying to get at this notion of like how do you know what's true, and then there's logic, right? And you can make certain propositions, but then it's like okay, and obviously there's validity to how you construct these propositions, right? So Socrates man, blah blah blah, that kind of thing. The issue though is like when you say when you say like the cover of this book is green, right? And obviously there's kind of this there's kind of this notion that this is a very basic binary response about the world, right? Because something just corresponds, right? So there's some green right here on the left side of the cover and on the back as well. Therefore, the statement is true. But the problem is that even when the logic is sound, obviously that depends on the premises. But then the issue is, how do you know how the premises are sound, right? Like it depends always on the previous background knowledge, right? So for example, if I say, I don't know, like, let me think, that elephants have, I don't know, twice the average. Well, twice makes no sense because it's the other way around. When animals are bigger, their heart rate is lower. So let's say that like the claim elements have a third of the average heartbeat of a human, right? It's like, and then you can make like a valid syllogism out of this, right? It's like, how do you know, right? Obviously, there's a scientific dimension to this, right? Obviously, but the point is that it the validity depends on the accuracy of the premises, but then the premises themselves have to be validated, right? And then you go all the way down, and then there's another issue, which is like all this construction that you're making already assumes a particular way of looking at the world, right? Well, when it's very scientific cases, I suppose it's a little bit harder to argue, but there's elements of it where the very categories that you're using, the very words that you're using, like for example, a country, for example, like a country has such an objective thing as you may think, right? Like there's several ways to think about the country, right? It's this vast mixture of meanings, right? Of history and borders and land, but it's not only land, and then there's a language aspect of it, and there's a political dimension, there's a legal dimension, there's an element of recognition, there's also an element of external recognition and internal recognition. Like there's so much going on, right? And so it might seem very basic when you make a basic syllogism that includes a proposition about Britain, but it's actually not simple at all, right? It's very simple as long as we all agree on this like meaning, like we kind of contain the problem, right? In the same way that the Dandelions, right? It's kind of like we make this assumption about Dandelions, right? And we make this assumption about weeds. Okay, so like we formalize what these things mean, and then we can make all these logical constructions, and then we can verify or try to ground these logical constructions upon the framework which we're using. And then it feels super objective, right? It's like you have a fact sheet of like what is a weed and what isn't, and it's like, oh yeah, this is true, this is false, right? It's like, well, not so simple. And obviously, this isn't to mean that logic doesn't exist or that logic isn't useful or anything like that. The issue is that logic is best thought as this kind of like system of relations within a formalized picture of the world. And there's some aspects where it's very easy to agree on that formalization. It might just be really, really useful. It might be so useful and so hard to think of conditions where that kind of looking at the world wouldn't be valid, and therefore we just take it for granted that this is the only formalization that makes sense. Despite that, even though those cases may exist, we tend to think of it as everything is like that, and it's not, right? Like the further you get from like pure mathematics or like very, very specific objective aspects about science, the more you shy away from that, the harder it is for that kind of perspective to be accurate enough, right? But and the further you go away, the more epistemically dubious that position is. But we still retain the confidence that we had when it was like these very super objective things, right? Like a mathematical theorem or something like that. All right. But yeah, that was great. So, next passage. How long has it been? About an hour. Okay, let me just drink some water so my throat doesn't get too messed up. Next passage. Heidegger does not feel free to commit logical fallacies, but he does think that the rules of logic have little to tell us about how to speak, read, write in an illuminating way. Although it is possible to analyze his own text as a set of assertions, he often stresses that it is more important to pay attention to the questions and the sequence of thoughts in his work, the context of his assertions. Quote, "The point is not to listen to a series of propositions, but rather to follow the movement of showing," end quote. That is a great quote. I definitely need to save and use that. Now, continuing. If we attend to where a text has been and where it's going, we can take part in the process of developing concepts that are appropriate to the things under discussion. If we merely boil the text down to some claims, our preconceptions are likely to remain undisturbed. Quote, "Every phenomenological proposition, though drawn from original sources, is subject to the possibility of concealment when it is communicated as an assertion. Transmitted in an empty and pre-attuned way of understanding, it loses its roots in its native soil and becomes a free-floating naming." End quote and end passage. All right, but that was a bit. How do I say, heavy. So let me read that again. Every phenomenological proposition, though drawn from original sources. What does original sources mean here? I didn't get it. Is subject to the possibility of concealment when it is communicated as an assertion. Okay, so there's this phenomenological claim, I suppose, right, which is like original sources. I don't know. I'm going to interpret this as kind of like coming directly from my experience, right? So it's like maybe not the phenomenological description of some other person, right? So it's kind of like it comes from the very depth of my being, right? And then when I communicate that as an assertion, right, then that contains the possibility of concealment. What does that mean? The fact that the very communication has a claim, has a proposition, conceals the very experience that I was trying to make an assertion of, I think. And so the last sentence is transmitted in an empty and pre-attuned way of understanding it. It loses its roots in its native soil and becomes a free-floating naming. Transmitted in an empty and pre-attuned way of understanding it. I don't get what this means, because to me, empty and pre-attuned, those are kind of opposite things, right? If it's pre-attuned, it's not empty. Maybe the way he's thinking about it is it's pre-attuned of the person receiving the claim, hearing the claim, because they are interpreting it through their own framework. And therefore, when they look at the assertion, it's empty, right? And it's empty because it lost its roots of the experience, right? And it lost the roots of the experience because there's a gap between the experience and, putting it as a proposition. I guess that makes a little sense. I don't know if that's exactly right, but that's the best that I can do. All right. Next passage. In any case, he would insist that although we sometimes resist and overcome falling, it is a permanent tendency in the human condition. Furthermore, any authentic grasp of things that temporarily overcomes falling must develop from everyday superficiality and ambiguity. It cannot simply step outside of everydayness and reach a pure state of consciousness, simply unpolluted by our everyday attitudes and judgments. Falling is so persuasive because it is the direct result of thoroughness. In no case is a Dasein untouched and unseduced by, this is a quote from Heidegger, by the way, in no case is a Dasein untouched and unseduced by this way in which things themselves have been interpreted, set before the open country of a world in itself, so that it just beholds what it encounters. End quote. If we could face things head on without the baggage of the past, we wouldn't constantly be sucked back into convention, comfort, and conformity. But we are always thrown into the world from a past that provides us with conventions and with a day. A person without a past is a person without a world, and in fact no person at all. Our pre-established, comfortable ways of existing are the basis on which we interpret everything. Usually we simply accept this basis as given, and we are absorbed in our immediate concerns. In short, we are falling. And this must be so, for if we constantly challenging our conventions, we would be paralyzed. Without any enduring basis for our interpretations, we would be forever be teething on the brink of what Heidegger earlier called the abyss of meaningless. And the abyss of meaningless is a quote directly from Heidegger. And this ends the passage, right? Now, first of all, to me, again, I view this very much in theological terms, and it feels such a obvious bridge that is very, very valid. Which is like, this is basically finitude. Right? This is how theology has always spoken about this. We're finite beings. We're thrown into history, right? Like, that is the fall, right? Like, like Heidegger resists this thinking of fallness. in this Heideggerian way against the Christian notion of the fall. So he explicitly rejects this. But I don't know how. Like I think he's just trying. Like the feeling that I get is just because he has this notion, not notion, but like he has this drive to go past religion. But like religion is speaking about all this shit that Heidegger's trying to articulate. Um, so anyway, I just want to read this quote one more time because it was a bit dense and I didn't quite catch it. So, in no case is Dasein untouched and unseduced by this way in which things have been interpreted, set before the open country of a world in itself, so that it just beholds what it encounters. Okay, so it's just this notion that interpretation is baked in. There's no like this neutral, bare facts, kind of perception type thing. Now, an interesting bit is that I have here on my notes connected to psychedelics. So clearly when I read this, I drew a parallel with psychedelics, and now I can't quite see it. Now, obviously, a very easy, straightforward way to think about psychedelics is this notion of deconstruction, right? It's kind of like you have certain assumptions through the world, and they kind of lock you in the worldview. And psychedelics is kind of like this hammer that's kind of breaks that apart, right? And then everything is kind of floating, and then you reconstruct, and you can reconstruct it differently, and then you can reconstruct it in a more positive direction, right? And obviously for people that are stuck, which is very much a core existential and phenomenological anchor of a lot of mental illness, like addiction and trauma and depression, then obviously that's really useful. Now, how is that connected to the notion of fallenness? Oh, I think I see. Okay, because because there's also this notion that it's a bit hard to articulate. I'm not exactly sure how to do it, but there's this notion as well that it connects not just to history as such. Like the finitude is just not the fact that you're embodied and in history, but also it's this notion that you're always falling out of yourself, right? There's always this notion of becoming inauthentic by being absorbed in the other, right? And it's also very much connected to this notion of attention, right? The fact that you kind of in Buddhist terms they use a lot of the analogy of being asleep, right? It's kind of like you're dozing off to reality, right? And then when you wake up, right, like enlightenment is obviously being awake on a literal etymological perspective, but it's also this notion that it's exactly the same as how Heidegger talks about the fall, right? This fallenness, which is like there's a tendency, right? It's like this force in existence, right? Let me see. Like for example, the way that Pultz mentions here, I'm going to quote. It is a permanent tendency in the human condition, right? So it's just this force in human existence, right? That pulls you away from yourself, right? Like you get absorbed in the day, right? And then the day, they have all these assumptions, right? That you just inherit. And I suppose psychedelics is kind of like they allow you to be. They allow you to see. I'm trying to come up with kind of some kind of visual metaphor, but it's kind of as if these biases, let's say, like these ways of being that you have accumulated, right, by losing yourself to the day, right? I suppose one way of thinking it is kind of like maybe some some like threads or strings or chains or something, right, that are kind of in your body, right, and you're trying to move in the world, right, but then you're dragging, stuff with it, like you're attached to things, right, and so they kind of restrict your movement and they're kind of weighing you down, right. But then let's say that you don't notice them, right. It's kind of like you're in complete darkness, right, and you can't directly reach for your body, let's say, right. It's kind of like you're just paralyzed, right, and you just somehow have to move, right, like with some weird suit, right. Let's say that you have a suit, and then let's say that there's some kind of chains attached to the suit, right, like all over, right, like very evenly distributed, right. And if you can imagine, as you're moving about in this dark room, this is such a stupid analogy. I should have thought of something better, but I'm just trying to kind of make a scenario that kind of makes a little justice to the phenomenology and to the existential condition, even if the example is really silly, right? But then the point is, like, you're moving, right, and then you get used to it. Like, this is how you move in the world, right? It has these forces, right? And these forces, maybe it's useful to not just think of them as weights, in the sense that it makes it harder to move, but they might also bias you towards specific directions, right? So, for example, instead of just like a chain that just weighs you down, it can also be, for example, let's say that it's attached to the suit, kind of like some kind of resistance band, right? Where if you the further away you move away from the resistant band, right, the more it drags you into it, right? But again, if you're in complete darkness and if you can't touch yourself, if you can't, either physically see or physically confirm these these forces that are acting on you, then you kind of don't realize that they're there. Like, you just think this is what life is. And then psychedelics is somehow this ability that you suddenly just turn on the light on the room, right? And then you able to see the room, and then you look at yourself, you see that you have a suit, and you see that you have all this shit attached to you, right? And you're like, oh shit, right? I'm being conditioned, like I'm falling prey to these forces, right? Or maybe a better I don't know exactly, like, maybe an analogy now has gotten so silly, I don't know exactly how to continue, right? But another way to thinking about it is that you're able to take off the suit in some way, right? Now, obviously, a large aspect of psychedelics is that you have this notion of quasi temporary enlightenment, right? Like, you take off the suit, but it's not like you're in this enlightened being because you have no suit, right? Like, eventually you kind of return to reality, and it helps you, the fact that you had this glimpse. That's why maybe the visual analogy is a bit more helpful, right? It's kind of like because you're still with a suit, but now you're just a little bit more aware, right? And maybe somehow, I don't know, you can try to, through that knowledge, somehow now you're able to kind of fix the problem, right? Like, not fall as prey to these forces. So yeah, sorry that kind of the example is very stupid, but that's the only thing I could come up on the spot. So I suppose that's one way of that you could connect it to psychedelics, right? Like, maybe that's one of the things that I had in mind, right? It's almost like this temporary ability to see in real time what you're falling into, right? And then be able to stand up, basically, metaphorically speaking. However, another very interesting thing is that usually this kind of like identity transformation in religious terms and existential terms and philosophical terms, it's usually very much connected to paying more attention to the real, right? Like, because a lot of, when you're in this state of suffering and being misguided, a lot of the times it's this self-deception that is causing you harm, that is the model that you have built in your head, right? And that's also a lot of the phenomenology, the existential part of the phenomenology of the psychedelic experience as well, right? It's kind of like, it's this realization that, oh shit, the way that I thought about the world is not true or is not helpful, right? Or it's very limiting in some way, right? And so people have these flashes of insights that they themselves were causing themselves this suffering, right? And to some degree, how do I say this? To some degree, that kind of insight is related to being less in your head, right? So it's kind of like this shift from the purely subjective towards the real, right? Towards what's there. But at the same time, there's also kind of like an inverse metaphorical direction that goes in the opposite way, right? Which is kind of like, because the day is the outside, right? So when we talk about the fallenness of the day is the other, right? And so to some degree, you can frame it as the outside is that which is pulling you away from the real, right? Which is also very much with the notion of authenticity, right? Authenticity is the return to the self, right? Is the return to that which has the purest form of agency, I suppose, even though that's a really bad way to put it. I don't like this type of language, but I can't come up with something better now, right? But it's kind of like there's these outside forces. They're pulling you in pathological directions. And then by looking inwards, then you're able to, surpass them, right? And so these two kind of ways of thinking are valid, but the metaphorical language that we're using them are kind of the opposite. They're a little bit incompatible. I don't think that they're ultimately incompatible. I think it's just us getting a little bit too caught up in the kind of metaphors that we use and kind of forgetting that they're metaphors. But at the same time, I can't quite think of how to think it in a way that easily reconciles them. So yeah, I won't try to solve that now, but it's interesting to think about. So next quote. I am ordinarily at home amidst the things in my world, as we saw in section 12. Heidegger even conceives of being in terms of dwelling, but in anxiety I feel alienated, homeless, uncanny, unheimlich, literally not at home. Page 188 to 89. And Heidegger even tells us that in comparison to ordinary everyday dwelling, the quote unquote not at home must be conceived as the more primordial phenomenon. Page 189. What are we to make of this? But why is homelessness more primordial than being at home? Heidegger is saying that we can never depend on an unshakable foundation for our worlds. The world is a tissue of meanings that is fragile, contingent, and vulnerable to being rocked. No matter how solid our faith may seem, or how comfortable we may be with our lives, we are exposed to the possibility of anxiety. In fact, this possibility sets us apart from mere animals. A bird is incapable of uncanniness. As far as we can tell, because its goals and needs are fixed for it by its nature, it can step back from its instinctive approach to things and call it into question. Animals are tied to their home more tightly than we can ever be. But by the same token, we are also capable of dwelling more intensely than any animal can. We can challenge our interpretations, reaffirm them, or revise them. In this way, we build ourselves a home for the future out of our past. Dasein dwells historically. End passage. Okay, this is wonderful. And this notion of homelessness is very interesting and very worthwhile. Now, to some degree, there's I like to think of it as this coupling, right? This connection to the real. I've talked about this before, but here the emphasis is a little bit different. And so again, the way that it's being spoken about here, homeless has very much to do this notion of anxiety, of the fact that there is no foundation, right? Because and the reason why there's no foundation is well, the reason why there's no foundation is because there's no foundation. I phrased that wrong, but what I wanted to say was more in the sense of foundations can always be questioned, right? They can always be reinterpreted. They can always be assumptions that we haven't yet uncovered, and therefore that creates this uncanniness, right? That there's always the presence of the voids, but the void only exists through those that are capable of pondering the void, right? Which animals can't, like as he mentions here, which I think is said quite nicely, right? Animals are stuck in the way that the world shows up to them, right? They don't step back and like question, right? Now, obviously, this is somewhat debatable, right? It's kind of like we're making this super hard division, and it's like, yeah, maybe some aspects of this are a little bit more of a spectrum than not, but either way, that ends up not changing the argument too much, I think, because it's just a simplification of these two modes of being, right? So even if they're not black and white, the black and the white still exist, which is kind of what we're trying to highlight more than anything. And so there's this notion of homelessness, right? So the foundation is dropped or it's questioned, right? But then there's also the notion of a more intense home, which is like you can then shape meaning, right? Like things can click, right? You can be coupled to the world in a deeper way, precisely because you can also be unhomed, right? It's kind of like, how do I say this? Because I would say to some degree, yeah, I don't know how valid this is. Maybe I'm being carried away, but one thing that comes to mind is the home that is assumed cannot be a home. And so to some degree, animals are at home because they don't question, they don't stare at the void. But also, then that becomes a fake home, right? Because the coupling is is artificial to some degree. Like, but it's so tricky to speak of it as artificial. I don't know how else to say it, but it's just assumed, right? Like there's no intelligibility that tries to analyze or justify that coupling, right? It is only those that stare into the voids, right? That they enter into the meaningless, but then they can shape the meaning, they can shape the home in a way that makes sense, right? And makes sense. I think that's a little bit what it makes sense here of what it means here when they says, we can build ourselves a home for the future out of our past, right? So again, it's this whole notion of meaning and future that we've talked about a lot, like in the last one or two clips, right? Clips, sessions, whatever, right? And so, yeah, so the deeper, so the deeper your ability to go into the voids, the deeper you can stand outside of it. It is only through the highest deconstruction that you can validate a construction. And this notion of construction, again, I want to tie it back to everything we've mentioned about connection, about coupling, right? It's like I'm more in touch with the real, right? I'm more coupled to reality, right? And the more, and I feel the most coupled to reality. No. I feel the most confidence in my coupling the more my assumption that that coupling can be wrong. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Like that, I think the direction of my thought here is roughly right. I'm just fumbling a little bit with the words. I'm not exactly sure the best way to approach this. And I'll end it here. I did make a promise to myself last time that I would try to end it over an hour and a half, and there's 5 minutes left. But it just so happens that the next page of the next note has 3 notes, and that would take way more than that would take a long time. And I also don't want to do just one note out of a few pages because then I forget which one I covered already. So this is a good place to start. But yeah, that was fun. See you next time. All right, time for some more Heidegger. Let's just pick it back up. So, start of the passage. It is still compelling to wonder whether I may be dreaming the factory, or whether I'm insane, or deceived by an evil demon. In any case, Heidegger has not proved that entities are uncovered to us. He sees the very request for a proof as misguided. He responds to the demand for proof of the external world not by offering a demonstration, but by refusing to play the doubter's game and trying to cure us of the misguided attitudes that make the game compelling in the first place. He writes, parenthesis, in a sentence that sounds truly Wittgensteinian, quote, perhaps it is precisely the task of a philosophical investigation ultimately to deprive many problems of their sham existence. End quote. Heidegger ascribes philosophical pseudo-problems to falling, the very tendency to evade the truly pressing issues. Who am I? What am I to do? Heidegger holds that the discoveredness of beings is so fundamental to human existence that it is prior to anything that can be proved or disproved. As he will explain further in section 44, to deny discoveredness is in effect to deny one's being, to commit, quote, suicide, end quote, and end of passage. Okay, so I agree very much with this tendency to try to kind of reject this game of skepticism that a lot of kind of philosophy eventually ended up in modernity, and kind of this huge epistemological focus. But at the same time, the way that it's phrased sometimes from Heidegger, again, I feel like a lot of the times he's not Platonic enough, which is really strange to say because sometimes I say he's not Platonic at all, sometimes I say he's Platonic, sometimes he's not Platonic enough. Anyway, it's all over the place. But either way, I think obviously this critique is valid, and I think it's valid largely from an existential and phenomenological perspective, which is like at some points like you're just getting lost in your own skepticism. Like you need to fucking return to everyday reality, really. And when you do, it kind of looks silly to how much you have deviated and how much you've doubted. That's one aspect. The other aspect is because, you know, this notion of disclosure, how was Poltz naming it here? Discoveredness. You know, this is so fundamental that, again, this is where, that's where rock bottom is, right? And so playing that game is also kind of like not emphasizing that. So that's another critique. But the problem, again, I just say this again and again, is that, even though I understand kind of these more extreme forms of skepticism, most notably what I have in mind obviously is Descartes here, but this can apply to other contexts. But I would say obviously that's extreme, but we have to take into account the overall directionality of the feeling that drives those kinds of philosophies, which is I am being deceived, right? I don't actually, I'm not actually fully in contact with reality. There's a veil, and I want to know what that veil is, how thick that veil is, right? That is the whole philosophical force of skepticism, right? Which is, actually, a lot of the things we take for granted, they're not as obvious as you may seem. And so, how far does that go? So, the issue with kind of like denying the game outright is that again you're removing the qualitative aspect of it. You're overly focused on the multiplicity of options and the multiplicity of worlds from the mechanism of disclosure, while neglecting that they're not equally true. Anyway, I don't want to dive too much into it, but this is what comes to mind from this kind of talk. And then there's these whole notions of being a false problem, Wittgenstein and whatnot. Yeah, sure. Let's leave it at that. The next note is, but for Heidegger, real beings are a particular kind of entity, present at hand things. The being of these things is their reality. Etymologically, realitas means precisely thinghood. Present at hand things are not merely in relation to us, but in themselves they have properties that are independent of us. So an investigation of reality has to investigate independence and in itselfness. Heidegger argues that in order to understand these features of reality, we have to begin by interpreting our own way of being, care. This may sound absurd. If real entities are independent of us, how can we understand their being by turning to ourselves? Heidegger's answer is worth reading carefully. Being, not entities, is dependent on the understanding of being, that is, reality, not the real. Sorry, I'm going to repeat this because this is important. Heidegger's answer is worth reading carefully. Open quote. Being, parenthesis, not entities, close parenthesis, is dependent upon the understanding of being, that is to say, reality. Parenthesis, not the real, close parenthesis, is dependent on care. End quote. If Dasein disappeared from the planet, presumably most other things would continue to be. Rocks would still be present at hand. Other animals could live on. Ready-to-hand entities would not simply vanish, although it can be argued that a tool without a user is no longer a tool. However, being would no longer be given. This statement may sound less strange if we recall that being is, quote, that on the basis which entities are already understood. The being of entities is not itself an entity. Being can be described as what it means for entities to be. the background against which entities can show up as entities, or the difference it can make that there are entities instead of nothing. But entities can mean something, show up, or make a difference only to someone. If there is no one to whom entities can make a difference, then being cannot take place or be given to anyone. End of passage. Okay, so this is once again this whole notion of how dependent is reality on us. And as I often say, it's disjoining, right? It's the subject and the world, and there's some element of the world that is independent, right? That's why he doesn't want to enter into this like complete idealism or relativism and whatnot. So he doesn't do that, but it's not very clear how. But either way, the most important point is that he wants to focus on being, right? And like he says, being would no longer be given, right? And they have to remember what being is, right? Like existence itself, and also the disclosure through which beings are disclosed, right? Popped into existence. Maybe one way to put it is that being is always an active process of disclosure that involves an agent in some way. And so if that's killed, if that disappears, then there cannot be being this way. And the reason why this is so weird to us is because we are so conceptually framed into thinking of what something is, of being a static object out there in the real world, right? Like our thinking is so heavy on this notion of correspondence, largely because of a culture that views reality as this kind of like as simply something that can be exhausted by the scientific method, and that the scientific method itself is how we investigate reality, right? Like that frames us so much that this is basically how we think about the world and how we think about knowledge and how we think about reality, right? But yeah, next passage. This means that reality has a kind of being depends on human understanding. One should not misinterpret Heidegger as saying that we can arbitrarily decide what it means to be real. Instead, he's claiming that in order to understand what it means to be real, we have to look at how things present themselves as real in the context of human life. For example, our geologist is studying a piece of quartz that is undeniably solidly real. It was real before she studied it, and it will continue to be real once she is done with it. Now, how does this mineral come to have the meaning real for the geologist? How does it reveal itself as real in her life? How does it make a difference to her that the quartz is real instead of unreal? According to Heidegger, we cannot understand these questions unless we investigate how the geologist's existence is rooted in the past, projects towards the future, and falls into the present. Thanks to this care structure, she is in the world, a world of many concerns, including her family, religion, and profession. Within her world, some things present themselves to her in such a way that she can study certain aspects of them with the methods of geology. Reality is the kind of presence that characterizes such aspects of things. Now, neither the quartz nor anything else could present itself to the geologist in any way without the context in which things can present themselves to us in the first place, and that context is care. End passage. Okay, wonderfully. This is actually a good passage for maybe me to quote. Because this is also a good example on why, well, there's many ways to go about this, but just one way that here is done very nicely is that one of the reasons why this notion of the scientific method has being what discloses reality, like in its totality, is that the scientific method is kind of like this. It's this very specific way of looking at the world that tries to be value neutral, that tries to be objective, right? But then everything about the scientific method is done through humans and through actions that are actions and frameworks and everything that is inherently embedded with care, right? That is just not avoidable. That's just how it goes. And so we can't have this picture of science has this value neutral, completely value neutral endeavor that can discover reality as it is, when it already presupposes a lot of things about how that science is done in the first place. And obviously, there's a huge worthwhile argument here about in the way that science can be biased, right? And this can be history of science, sociology of science, things like that, even philosophy of science. But I think a more important, more primordial point is that it's not just about bias; it's about the preconditions for that method to exist in the first place, right? It's like she says here, right? Like the geologist cannot do geology without care, because care is baked into human experience, right? And so like the whole methodology of how to achieve truth objectively is already within an element of care. That doesn't mean that you can't go towards a more neutral way of looking at the world, right? So, I'm in a mode of care, and I might like the room, a certain temperature with a certain lighting, whatnot. And you, as another being of care, might be on the same room and then have very, very different opinions about, the lighting and the temperature and whatnot. But then when we look at the mineral and we try to make some claims about it, right, there's going to be less variance, right? So that is completely normal and expected and valid. But that is not at all the same thing as science can operate unbounded by any notions of relevance and quality. That's just not a thing. All right. Next passage. If it seems strange to claim that we are both in the truth and in the untruth, consider this claim that can apply even to assertions. My statement can be illuminating, yet at the same time misleading. Quote, my dagas is pigment and cloth, just like the upholstery on my old sofa. End quote. This statement illuminates a real parallel between the painting and the piece of furniture, but what happens primarily expresses but what it primarily expresses is a refusal to acknowledge what is unique to the painting as a work of art. The statement both uncovers and conceals. Dr. Speed's description of a glove has a continuous surface with 5 outpoachings is accurate, but it misses what is essential. In his later writings, Heidegger is fond of saying that such statements are correct but not true. They reveal something, but they shed no light on what is the most important. They may even promote an attitude that covers up what matters the most. If we extend this principle from the narrow domain of statements to all human practices, we can see that although human beings are always manifest to us as we do things, they are usually manifest in superficial ways. End passage. Okay, that is great, and I really like this notion of correct but not true. I need to save this as well, right? So and again, this example of the glove is really good as well, because not only it describes this like different approach of looking at the world and how that's so different from our everyday cognition. It's not only about variance, right? It's not only that it's just a funny. It's not that just that it's funny, that there's an equally good method of looking at the world and trying to figure out what the glove is, right? It's that we recognize that such kind of perception is inherently dysfunctional in some way, right? That's the intent with this notion of correct but not true, right? It's kind of like there's a bunch of facts in the world. You're putting the facts together, but you're not putting the facts correct together with the right relevance, right? Like you're looking at the wrong thing. You're caring about the wrong thing, and that's always what cognition is about. It's about figuring out what is the most relevant thing. Am I assessing what's the most relevant thing correctly? Am I moving towards these fields of relevance that are the most appropriate to me, that are going to put me where I want to be, that are going to cause me less suffering, that are going to cause less suffering to others? But even at the very basic, like even just to get what I want to do, right, in the next 30 seconds, right? And again, this whole notion of affordances and whatnot is very useful here, right? And also the notion of optimal grip as well, right? So it's kind of like I'm moving in the world to get the right fit, but the right fit is always this human construct of relevance, right? And by construct, I don't mean it in a negative sense. I mean in the sense that it's just how it is. It's this package of meaning, right? It's not elitist to say that looking at the glove with this kind of like continuous surface with 5 out poachings, like it's not elitist to say that's just not a good way to look at the world. Right? It can be a temporarily useful frame for a particular purpose, right? And again, a lot of similarities with science as a methodology, right? So it's not like there's anything particularly wrong with how we conduct science. It's just that it's a particular perspective for a particular purpose, right? It's not everyday human reality. Next passage. Pages 233 to 25 explain the origin of the conventional understanding of truth as correspondence. Because care has revealed things for us, we are capable of illuminating statements that share these revelations with others. We can then be misled into thinking that the illuminations of truth is somehow contained in the statements, where instead illumination provides the statements and makes them possible. Truth then gets conceived as a present-to-hand relation between present-at-hand assertion and the present-at-hand state of affairs. Sorry, that was some weird rhythm to the sentence. I'm going to reread it. Truth then gets conceived as a present-at-hand relation between a present-at-hand assertion and the present-at-hand state of affairs. It is probably right, in some sense, to say that true statements correspond to things, or are in harmony with them. But we will never understand this harmony unless we consider the original source of illumination that makes it possible. Many philosophers contrast the correspondence theory of truth with the coherence theory. The more our beliefs form a consistent system, the truer they are as a whole. Heidegger would object that this theory still focuses on beliefs as bearers of truth. Beliefs and assertions are founded upon a more fundamental phenomenon, care. End of passage. Okay, this is great. And this is really good as well to highlight this notion of where Heidegger fits within theories of truth, right? Because again, kind of coherence versus correspondence is the most basic framework, but again, Heidegger is kind of like denying both, right? Like explicitly. So the reason why correspondence doesn't work is because, again, it assumes that there's just a world out there that is completely 100% independent of human concerns, and that you just have to look at it. You have to just have this verification, right? Have a table in my mind. It's black, right? I look at the world. Okay, is this really black? Okay, does someone else consider it black? Okay, our beliefs correspond to the world. While the relation approach is more like, how would I describe it? Actually, it's more like we're not trying to assess the objective truth of the real world out there. We just want to make sure that the language and the system that we use to describe the world makes sense internally, right? That there's no contradictions between them, right? And if there's no contradictions, that's what it means for something to be true. Because truth, at the end of the day, isn't outside the world. Truth is a construct that we can apply to the world, but I'm not sure if I'm doing this justice actually. But just to finish the thought, kind of how I was trying to describe it is that truth is not there out the world. Truth is almost something that you can decide, but then that doesn't mean that also anything goes. It means that the best theory of truth is the one that has the least contradictions. That's when you're considering all the relations, everything matches up. Okay, I don't think that's a horrible way to put it, but I don't think that's particularly good either. So let me check maybe the Wikipedia page of the coherence form of truth and just see how they say it. Coherence theory of truth. All right, let's read this. In epistemology, the coherence theory of truth is a family of philosophical theories that characterize truth as a property of whole systems of propositions that can be ascribed to individual propositions only derivatively according to their coherence with the whole. While modern coherence theories hold that there are many possible systems to which determination of truth may be based upon coherence, others, particularly those with strong religious beliefs, hold that the truth only applies to a single absolute system. In general, truth requires a proper fit of elements within the whole system. Very often, though, coherence is taken to imply something more simple. Coherence is taken to imply something more than simple formal coherence. For example, the coherence of an underlying set of concepts is considered to be a critical factor in judging the validity of the whole system. In other words, the set base of concepts in a universe of discourse must be first seen to be a form of an intelligible paradigm before many theorists will consider that the coherence theory of truth is applicable. Okay. Okay, I think that was pretty decent to mine, actually. I don't think I was too far off. But I'm considering how this applies to pragmatism as well. Because that's usually a little bit more how I try to frame it in my head as that which opposes the correspondence theory of truth, right? Because I think in principle, you could detach the two, right? You can just think about coherence. I'm not sure if you can actually. Because when you say a proposition is coherent with other propositions, what is that coherence based on? I'm actually struggling here. I'm not sure how to make sense of this, because it's like, because one way that you could go about it, which I'm pretty sure it's wrong, I just can't quite flesh it out, is that you care about the relations of the propositions, but the propositions themselves are trying to address something in the world, right? So it's like, so me saying that the table is black, right? How are you going to evaluate the relation of that with other propositions? Is dependent upon how coherent it is on how you apply the terms table and black. But then that still comes back to the world, right? So it still feels like a coherence to some degree. Is that unavoidable, or am I thinking about it wrong? I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, but that's one angle to look at it. Another angle is just, I'm going to try to think it through purely pragmatic ends, right? So it's like, I have a proposition, the table is black. With the correspondence, I just try to have a neutral assessment of, is the table black in the real world? Does my representation correspond with this objective feature of reality? With pragmatism, I still view it has a relation to some degree, because like pragmatism, does it work or not? Right? Is the maybe also the way that I'm thinking about pragmatism, I think perhaps I'm also being overly influenced by Wittgenstein and not taking pragmatism on its own terms properly from the actual pragmatist tradition. So let's see. Let's try to research here, like all three of them together, to see how they relate. Explain how they relate. How they relate. So there's correspondence, theory of truth, then coherence, theory of truth, then pragmatism, let's say. Okay, so there's the coherence theory of truth, which is this proposition consistent with other propositions that we do? So maybe, because I'm thinking, the way that I'm describing correspondence theory of truth, I think maybe I'm over, because I have a little bit of kind of like this framework of cognitivism and inactivism and so on. I think I'm overly putting it in those terms, and I think I'm overly putting it in if it's outside or not. And maybe that's not quite right. Maybe a better frame is that it's about a thing, right? This table, right? Black, right? It's like the static object that confirms or disproves my proposition. While the coherence is the opposite, right? It's this relationality of the claims within that proposition, right? About what we mean by tables, about what I mean by color, things like that, right? So it's like, yeah, so maybe that's a more helpful way to think about it in terms of, let's say, substance versus relation, or substance versus process. Well, yeah, I'm kind of making a tangent here in definitions, but yeah, let's just say that kind of substance versus relation. And then pragmatism, obviously, it's about the practical consequences, right? Here it says that theory of coherence, sorry, the coherence theory of truth, that it's about truth has fit. How would it be truth? That's a really interesting way to put it. What does it mean to fit? It means that it can be joined with the other parts of the system. Right? And if it can be joined with the other parts of the system, it's part of a larger whole, right? And this notion of the whole, right, of the whole system, of a higher perspective, that is what gives that thing validity, right? There's also an interesting way to think about this coherence aspect, right? Which is like the reason why we might put emphasis on this relationality is because if everything has to be consistent, then that which is inconsistent then has a really tough time fitting because it has to fight all of other reality to some degree. Like I'm overly abstracting it here, so it's like not quite, but it's still kind of an interesting way of thinking about it, I think. Right? Anyway, but let's end it at that. This was a large detour that isn't 100% relevant to Heidegger because it's a bit more, basic philosophy about epistemology. Um, but obviously, it's still very much related because Heidegger was trying to flesh out what does it mean for something to be true, right? But the biggest point, either way, is exactly how Polt mentions here at the end, right? Which is like both of them are trying to focus on propositions. But there's a more fundamental phenomenon than propositions, which is care, right? So like propositions are only intelligible by presupposing relevance, by presupposing quality, right? And one of the reasons is, again, this whole notion of the frame problem, right? The fact that there's infinite facts, there's infinite propositions. You just cannot go about the world that way. That's just not how it works. All right, let's go to the next note. Start of passage. Heideggerian conscience speaks by remaining silent. And Heideggerian ethics, if there is such a thing, seems to give us no standards whatsoever. The tax lawyer who feels the pangs of conscience may resolutely decide to remain a tax lawyer, or resolutely decides to give all his assets to the poor, or resolutely decides to embezzle a pile of money and fly off to the Bahamas. The paramount rule that Heidegger gives us is simply choose. But if there's no guidelines for choosing, don't we end up with an arbitrariness that has been absolved from the judgment of reason? And that is a quote from Adorno, by the way, from The Jargon of Authenticity. I'm just going to repeat the Adorno quote. An arbitrariness that has been absolved from the judgment of reason. Okay, that's so good. And that ends the passage as well, right? And again, I'm really glad that Paul said this because then I couldn't quote him when I tried to mention this, right? It's again, it's precisely this focus. Like authenticity has a very concept, or at least an existential concept that one has to live by. Cannot hold up unless it is bound to something of what it means to be authentic. It can't just be pure choice. It just can't. That doesn't work. And I think, and I always think about it in two terms, which is one is, and this gets very complicated. I won't be able to fully flesh this out here, but I just want to draw a very high-level map. One way that I like to think about it is in Neoplatonic terms, which is like you're trying to increase your contact with reality, you're trying to get closer to the real, and that's what it means by being more authentic, right? So, for example, the choice of donating all my money to the poor versus going off to the Bahamas, right? Like going off to the Bahamas might be because you're trying to follow all kinds of things that don't have a real thing behind them, right? Like obviously, this way of speaking gets a little bit tricky. But what I'm saying is the reason why the Bahamas might seem less inauthentic might be because, like, what I'm trying to do is kind of connected to this notion of following status, right? Which is number one, like in typical Christianity, is kind of like you're falling into sin, but also like even on Heidegger terms, right? It's kind of falling to the day, right? It's this imposed value from society and from culture, right? Which is kind of like contaminated your mind, and that is what's driving those goals, right? That is what is shaping that field of relevance that makes that choice seem the best choice, right? But then also I can't come up with a good way of immediately bridging from that to this notion of getting closer to the real. I'm pretty sure there is a way, I just can't articulate it very well. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. This isn't a very good argument, really, or at least it's not a well articulated argument. Um, so it has to be taken with a grain of salt. But I was just trying to sketch the map. So that is one option. So one option is to think about it as a kind of shedding, right? A kind of deconstruction, right? So it's like it's almost like taking off your clothing, right? And the clothing is kind of like these externalities imposed to you by the world, right? So authenticity is getting closer to what you truly are outside this realm of imposition, I suppose, or influence. Right? That's one way to think about it. And again, in religious frameworks, obviously this is very obvious in Buddhism. Number one, right? Like you're trying to shed the attachments, right? It's kind of like you've contaminated your mind by all these cares in the world that actually are completely empty, right? And that's what causes a lot of your suffering, right? You just your mind is just a mess seeking all these things that have no purpose to them, and then they cause you suffering. But also you see this often a lot in Christianity as well, right? Which is like the kenotic elements of Christianity, right? Especially emphasized in Orthodox Christianity, but I would say really all branches of Christianity, some way or another, have this kind of concept, right? So it's kind of like you have to shed the self. So that is one way to think about it, right? Which is again this dissolution, let's say. But then there is also, I would say that there is also a level of authenticity that is a kind of construction, that is a building up, and I think this shows up in a lot of metaphors of trying to reach towards God, right, or trying to follow God, right? It's this higher thing, right? To reach a high thing, you have to build something, you have to climb something, right? You have to walk, like there's this active thing, right? And that feels different than this more kenotic framework, right? Like it's one thing to try to reduce your own self compared to reaching for something. But it's funny that both have this element of enlightenment, right? It's almost like there's these two paths that end up kind of at the same level. But there's another aspect of it as well, which is even though I think that they have this element where there are different methods of towards enlightenment, I suppose we can call it, But there's another thing, which is by the reach, you can you can add something more rather than reducing self-deception. Because here's the issue: I I can I can live a very bad life by the fact that I have all these models of what it means to be human, what it means to be myself, what it means to be what it means to relate to other people. Right? So it's like how I'm constructing the world is just wrong and very pathological, right? And so by tearing those models apart, then that is a very reasonable sense of authenticity, right? So that is the dissolution element. But again, with this element of construction, there's another aspect, which is because the issue is, I think this element of dissolution, it seems to imply that there's kind of like this universal state of being, which is like if you just get closer and closer and closer and closer to reality, right? There's this like gem at the very bottom of reality that eventually you'll reach, and then it's like bam, now you're in full contact with reality. But there's an element of that which maybe it's not the best way to think about it, because there's also, at least for me, I also have this intuition that reality should be conceptualized as this open thing, that it doesn't have this singular point that is like, oh man, this is so complicated because it goes against a lot of ways that I talk about Neoplatonism. And so like I'm being forced to use language that undermines a lot of the other language that I have that makes me talk about religion and wisdom and everything, really. So this is very tricky for me, but I'll try to continue the thought, finish the thought. So there's this element of the solution, and there always feels like there's something at the bottom, right? But then what I like about this metaphor of construction is that actually, like that even when you reach the bottom of kenosis, that there's still all these possibilities, right? And to some degree, this is kind of Heideggerian, right? It's like, choose, right? But then here's the issue: what should you choose? Should you choose randomly because everything is better? So because anything is the same as any other, right? Like there's no qualitative difference. Like no, I mean you can argue that, but I think that doesn't make a lot of sense, right? And again, you can this can come down to a pragmatic element, right? Which is like clearly some options are more stupid than others, right? Like there's ways of living, but but again, how much can be attributed to the fact that some stupid ways of living is because you are entrenched and trapped into your own self-deception, right? So maybe the fact that there's qualitative difference at the bottom of being in full contact with reality just means that you haven't reached the bottom. It just means that you're not in full contact with reality. That is one argument, and I suppose a counter argument for where I'm trying to go. But that still doesn't feel the most true to me. What feels the most true to me is that kenosis is like a lot of this process, a lot of the game. It's just a stupid way of saying it. It's a lot of the journey, towards the highest thing. But it only gets you some of the way there. Even if you reached, full kenosis, you would still have to. You would still have several modes of being available to you, and some are better than others. And so you need to have a reference point other than the solution towards which you construct towards. And by construction, I view it as a parallel metaphor to this choosing after you have shedded your externalities, right? So let me try to put this again in simpler, more concise terms from the beginning. There's the influence of the day. They're external influences. They're not ultimately real. They're inauthentic. You should shed them. Yes, that is a process of dissolution. But then once you undergo this kenotic dissolution, there's several possibilities. They're not all the same. Some are better than others. You should pick the best one. How do you know what's the best one? You need to have a standard. You cannot get the standard by just going further into the solution. You have to anchor it somewhere and then use that as the standard of authenticity to keep going to this golden thread of reality that is the best way of being in the world. And again, I'm very biased. I'm very biased by my Christian way of thinking, but this is how I think about Christ, right? It's kind of like Christ shows us a way of a specific mode of being, and to be more like Christ, you have to shed your own self, right? You have to reduce, or you have to deny your own will in a large part. But just denying your will doesn't quite get you there, right? Because again, what are we trying to follow? We're trying to follow Christ, which is like a specific mode of being, right? And that requires the reference of what that specific mode of being, which is in the person of Christ. Now, I'm giving Christ's example because that's what's dear to me, and also it's very understandable from the wider culture. But I think you can make similar claims about other religions. Like I'm not mentioning Christ in the sense that I'm trying to convince anyone that it's superior. It's just an example. But like, if you believe in any other religion that has any other form of being, I would frame it in the same way, right? It's just like you can invent your own religion, right, tomorrow if you want, and then assuming that it's a decent religion, let's say that it has wisdom at its core and that it's actually productive. There's gonna have this element of kenosis, right? It's kind of like you have to deny, you have to cleanse yourself of the externalities that are pulling you in non-productive directions, right? That is unavoidable. But then it's like you have to have a standard on which to choose from, right? And it might be a different prophet, it might be a different Messiah, or it might not be a person, right? Again, in my bias, I think the example of a person is the highest form of reality, but you can disagree, and that's fine, right? It might be an idea, right? It might be anything, right? I can be. Oh man, I'm going to butcher this a little bit, but I'm trying to get as much away from Christianity as possible to try to give it another perspective. And one of the things that comes to mind is like more, kind of like more tribal, cultures that are very far away from kind of like the typical monotheism of the West, or even like major religions, even including Hinduism and things like that, and forms of Buddhism and so on. So it's like that is like almost as far away from Christianity as possible, right? But you're still trying to follow something, right? So it's like if you feel bad spiritually or psychologically, and you go to the shaman, right? And the shaman is trying to give you advice, right? He's trying to orient you towards something, right? And probably that person has some level of self-deception, through their own person that they need to shed. But they're still aiming for something, right? Even if it's not a person, right? And I'm not trying to reduce this kind of religious thinking, which already assumes that there's one tribal shamanistic religious thinking, and even the word religion to these systems is already hugely complicated and problematic. So obviously I'm oversimplifying this to death, but just to give a very tiny example of what I mean, which is like nature is very important for a lot of these cultures, for example, right? And it might even be that you're trying to anchor that in some aspect of nature, right? Like the, I don't know, like the fluidity of water, for example, right? Or the serenity of a rock or a mountain, right? Or the radiance of the sun, whatever, right? But again, it's this reference, right? It's the construction towards that which we admire. So I think this is very fundamental, no matter how you go about it, and even in secular terms, again, because my approach is so heavily phenomenological, like it doesn't matter the fact that someone might not be so enthusiastic about religion, like even if you are in a completely secular term, right? Like, and try to consider this from like I don't know, typical psychological approach, right? It's kind of like it's still the same thing, right? You still have patterns in your brain. You can use more scientific language if you want, even though I think that's doesn't help you at all. And in fact, it's a little bit counterproductive. But you can even think about, oh, there's patterns in my brain that are not working well, and so I need to improve them in some way, I suppose. And you can think of neuroplasticity here, blah blah blah, whatever. But then also, there's different ways that my brain can be configured based on how I act and how I think, right? But how should you act and how should you think? You have the exact same problem again, right? You have possibility, you have to choose a possibility, then you have the standard on which you make that choice. So to me, this is just super Big Ten. There's no way to go around this. Anyway, that was a huge detour. But yeah, that was fun. I'm not super happy about how I'm putting this, but also this way of speaking is somewhat new to me. I haven't spoken in this way for a very long time, especially this aspect of dissolution and construction. I mean, you can find some hints in my early work, but it was very vague and it was slightly different. So I'm still wrestling through this. So give me some slack. All right, next passage. But now we must ask what these terms really mean. We ordinarily think of time as a timeline, a sequence of instants or points on the line. We exist at one moment, the present, but we are constantly moving on. Behind us stretches an infinity of past moments, and ahead of us an infinity of future ones. However, Heidegger will soon denounce this ordinary understanding of time as yet another manifestation of fallenness. What, then, is the meaning of future, past, and present as they apply to Dasein's own being? Future means the coming of which Dasein, that's a quote, sorry, I'm going to repeat, open quote, the coming of which Dasein in its own potentiality for being comes towards itself, end quote. This is the most important dimension of our temporality. It is the condition of having to choose to be who I am. We have explored various aspects of this condition, including its finitude. The future is finite because it is bounded by mortality. Past means being thrown, already being in the world. Heidegger claims that the future is, in a way, the source of the past. Wait, what's the Heidegger claims that the future is, in a way, the source of the past. And by the way, that refers to page 326 slash 373, depending on the edition. But there is a really good thing to say, because I think what is alluding to is precisely this notion of telos and purpose that I've mentioned a lot, right? So it's like the past, like the way things happened, they happened because they were going in a particular direction, which means it's future. Right? Yeah, man, this is so tricky to think about. But I think that's right. Is it not right? I'm going to repeat again. The coming in which Dasein, in its own most potentiality for being, comes towards itself. That wasn't the right quote to read, but I'm just thinking through anyway. Future means the coming in which Dasein, in its own potentiality for being, comes towards it. I don't know what comes towards itself mean. Anyway, that ends the quote, and then this is the most important dimension of our temporality. It is the condition of having to choose who I am. Yes, so okay. So temporality has this notion of possibility, okay? We have explored this various aspects of the condition, including its finitude. The future is finite because it is bounded by mortality. Okay, sure. Okay, I'm not 100% sure what's the best way to make sense of this, but I'll just keep going and finish the passage. This claim makes no sense in terms of the ordinary understanding of time has a timeline, but it does make sense within Dasein's existence. My ability to be is not encumbered by a past. I am already someone, and I can never eliminate my having been. But in turn, my past gets its meaning from me only from my projection of a future. Okay, that's a slightly different claim, so let me just think through this. But in turn, my past gets its meaning from me only from my projection of a future. Okay, that's a slightly different. I mean, maybe there's a way to make them a bit more coherent, but that's a slightly different way of thinking than the telos and purpose that I was saying before. Right? It's more an issue of interpretation. It's about the meaning one makes of the past. Right. So my past gets its meaning from me only from my projection of the future. Okay. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's say that the woman was born into a poor family. The fact that it is part of her life, part of who she is, only insofar as it enters into her future. She may pursue the possibility of being a stockbroker and interpret her past life as a deprivation from which she is emerging. She may pursue the possibility of being a novelist. Her past is then revealed as a source of stories. Our lives are always a process of taking over who we have been in the service of who we will be. As Heidegger puts it elsewhere, we are what we were, and we will be what we receive and appropriate from what we were, and here is the most important factor, will be how we do so. Quote, the actuality of what it has been resides in its possibility. The possibility becomes, in each case, manifest as the answer to the living question that a future present poses to itself in the sense of what can we do? End quote. Okay, that ends the passage. So the beginning is very straightforward. I really like this idea of going against the linear view of time. But then this whole notion of the source is the future is the source of the past. Because there's this issue of the interpretation, right? Which is like, there's several ways that the past can be incorporated into the present, which then builds the future. But that doesn't mean that the source of the past is in the future, which is what he's saying here. Unless the very, I don't think this is what he's saying, but it just came to mind. Unless the very interpretation of the past is framed by your stance towards the world, like your framework of reality that is going towards a specific future, right? And that way of looking at that lens of looking at the world, that is what creates the past, because it creates coherence. It snaps it into a meaning, into a meaningful narrative. That would make a little bit more sense towards this claim of the future is the source of the past, but I don't think it's what he's saying here. he's saying it more in the sense of this level of appropriation, right? So which is a lot more basic, actually. So I'm not sure why I'm rejecting it so much. Not rejecting it, but it just doesn't feel quite right. So there's the past. We always have a past, right? And then that past can be interpreted in some ways and can be shaped into the future. But what's bothering me is that this way of thinking always has a relatively straightforward chronology that we're used to, which is past, present, future. What is bothering me is that there's certain sentences here where they seem to imply, in some form, I'm not saying this that it has to be interpreted in a super literal sense, but there's times here where they seem to talk about that the future is generating the past. And that breaks this notion of a straightforward chronological direction. I'm going to read a little bit more. Repeating something from the passage. But in turn, my past gets its meaning from me only from my projection of a future. Okay, then maybe. Okay, I think. Actually, I do think it connects a little bit to the purpose, and it connects a little bit to the stance I was talking about. Okay, now everything is shaping a little bit more into something coherent. Okay, because it is this construction of the past, this interpretation of the past, but actually it is connected to what I was saying, which is that interpretation, that snapping, can only make sense of a narrative which includes the future, right? And now this is actually quite obvious now that I'm reading this again. But, and again, this notion of the examples she gives, right? So like someone who was very poor, right, and she's going to become a novelist, right? Like the construction of the past has a source of stories, right? As he mentions, right? That is only born out of the future of being a novelist, right? That's why it has this reverse chronology, right? Which makes sense, right? So it's actually funny because I was circling around two different issues, and they turned out to be both correct. I just wasn't putting them together in the right way. But yeah, I think this makes perfect sense, right? Because and this connects very much to how I talk about a stance towards the world, right? It's kind of like you need to frame the world in a particular way. You need to frame your life in a particular way. That is always future bound, right? And then the future, that's the directionality of your stance. Then that necessarily will appear and shape how you look at history, how you look at the past of your own life, to make a coherent story about who you were, who you are, and who you will be. Okay, that's pretty good. I'm happy with how this turned out. Oh man, I'm so tired, but I was really trying to do an hour and a half. I have 20 minutes left. I don't think I can do it. But let's just see. Let's just see how we can go. All right, next passage. Heidegger does not mean that I have to do exactly what someone else did in the past. In fact, this would be impossible. His notion of repetition or retrieval does not mean aping the past, but appropriating it freely and creatively. If I choose Picasso as my hero, that doesn't mean that I will go through a blue period, a pink period, and the Cubist period. Instead, I take Picasso's way of existing as a model and point of reference for my own life. Again, Christians who speak of imitating Christ do not mean that one should go around proclaiming oneself to be the Son of God, but that the life of Jesus should serve as an inspiration that can be adapted to one's circumstances. Heidegger would claim that caring intensely about our past and wrestling deeply with it does not necessarily make one a conservative. In fact, it makes genuine revolution possible. This is exactly what he himself is trying to do in his his interpretation of Western metaphysics. End passage. Okay, that is lovely, right? And again, we've talked about this to death, right? The relationship between the past and novelty, between past and revolution, history and that which introduces a discontinuity in that history, and all these things. And then this notion of, imitating, of aspiration. Yeah, all good stuff. But stuff we've covered a fair bit, so I don't want to add more comments to it. All right, next passage. Aside from heritage, the other two important concepts introduced in section 74 are fate and destiny. Often enough, we use these words to suggest that something is beyond our control. Quote, it was just fate, end quote. But Heidegger does not intend to eliminate freedom. On the other hand, he does not believe we are so free as to be able to invent ourselves from scratch and create a completely new meaning for our lives. The words fate and destiny suggest the burdens that our freedom must carry, and the finitude of our choices. Fate is just another name for authentic resoluteness, in which Dasein hands itself down to itself, free for death, in a possibility which has inherited and yet has chosen. We are free, but our freedom is necessarily limited. Our possibilities have to be drawn from our own heritage, and we are always faced with the possibility of having no more possibilities. If readers understand this finite freedom, they'll be able to follow Heidegger's discussion of faith. End passage. Okay, so once again, this whole notion of tradition and starting from zero, but then this notion of fate is confusing me a little bit. This is not very fresh on my mind about how Heidegger thinks of it. Obviously, we can't just invent ourselves from scratch. Okay, yeah. And then he says, fate is just another name for authentic resoluteness. I don't know what that means. Obviously, there's the notion of authenticity, authentic choices, but I don't know how that relates to fate. Free for death in a possibility which has inherited and yet has chosen. Is he talking about this notion of like accepting the past but authentically because you've made it your own? Is that it? Maybe it's not. Let's try the LLM maybe. See how this looks. If I'm able to find it at least. Nope, this is not. Man, I had this thing pinned, and now they changed the holy wax, and I can't have it anymore. God damn it. Fate is another name for authentic resoluteness. Maybe it's this notion of following your fate, right? Like what you're destined to do. Right? Being destined to something means, kind of seeing the thread of reality and the thread of the future, which you need to choose, you need to follow, you need to pay attention to it. and that is your fate, right? And so if you deviate from that, you're kind of running away from yourself. I think that kind of makes sense, right? Because then Heidegger says directly, in which Dasein hands itself down to itself. Oh yeah, now I think I get it, right? Then free for death, which is the whole notion of finitude, of the end of possibility, okay? But then it says, in a possibility which has inherited and yet has chosen. Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think that's actually a very Christian way of thinking, because it's like, because it's this notion that that golden thread, let's say, of possibility, right? That is something that it is given to you in some way, right? Like it's not like it just shows up, right? And it says, follow this, right? Like become this. But then on the other hand, you also need to accept it, right? And make it your own, right? But you accept it because it's true, right? You accept it because it's authentic, right? So it's this weird paradox, right? And it's very much in this way that the West has often thought about this notion of obeying to God, right? Like doing God's will, right? It's like you're like when you're doing God's will, when you reject your own will and you follow God's instead, in some way you're being more true to yourself, right? Because that is the authentic thing, right? Like by following that choice, you're shifting through all the other inauthentic options, right? It's like yeah, right, yeah, because it is given to you, and then you choose it, and you choose it because it's normative, right? It's like, this is better. Like I feel it in my bones, right? Like, I just know that this is a better way of being in the world, and you choose it, but you did not create it. That just exists somehow in the world. Has an intelligible option is what I'm trying to say. Okay, that's the best sense that I can make of it. I don't know how close that is, but we can proceed. All right, next passage. So is time subjective or objective? Heidegger's answer is neither. It is not present at hands either in subjects or in objects. It is prior to both subject and object, since it makes possible both our own existence as Dasein and the revelation of all other entities to us. I mean, sure. I mean, it sounds reasonable enough to me, but I don't quite understand like its fullness, and I don't quite understand its fullness because I was just randomly thrown into this topic. Like this is the problem about doing this method of note taking that I have, is that some passages are cool, worth noting, but then it's missing context, right? But I can't just add all the context because then this is already a lot of notes, right? I have probably like 30 different notes here. Like it's taking me hours and hours to go through this. So if I add more context, then it just becomes completely useless and unusable. So there's not a good solution to this, but yeah. So let's just move on with this. Let's go with the next one. All right, start of passage. This is why logic as a theory of propositional truth is not of primary importance for philosophy. When Heidegger dramatically declares that logic disintegrates, he means that it can only deal with the surface phenomenon of meaning, which is theoretical propositions. These would be meaningless without the more primordial unconcealment that accompanies our existence. As we are about to see, thinking about this primordial truth calls for an investigation of the mystery of human freedom. And here, logic is no help to us. For Heidegger, logical positivism is a disastrous misunderstanding of truth, being, and the human condition based on a narrowly mathematical mode of thought. And then here's a quote from Heidegger. With the mathematical method, one can never, ever grasp or conceive the full original thinking of being. End quote, and end passage. That's a wonderful quote. Okay, that's very aligned with everything we just said a million times, so no need to dwell on it. Next note. Statements 1. Okay, so this is referring a bunch of statements that came before the note, and you'll be very lost if you don't read it. So there's actually 7 statements, but the passage that I tracked only covers 3. So I'll only read the 3. Statement 1, and these are all direct quotes from Heidegger, each one. Quote 1. The true, whether it be a matter or a proposition, is what accords the accordant. Quote 2. A statement is invested with its correctness by the openness of comportment, for only through the latter can what it is open up really. Sorry, I'm going to read this again. Only through the latter can what it is opens up really become the standard for the representative correspondence. Fuck, that's so dense. I'm going to read this again. A statement is invested with its correctedness by the openness of comportment. For only through the latter can what it is opened up really become the standard for the presentative correspondence. Whatever, I'm too tired to think this through. Number 3, the openness of comportment has the inner condition of the possibility of correctness is grounded in freedom. That also not making a lot of sense in my head, but whatever. Let's read the passages. Maybe Paul can help us. Statement 1 is Heidegger's way of expressing the traditional concept of truth as correspondence. He does not reject this concept outright, but asks, as he did in Being and Time, what makes correspondence or accordance possible? The answer, according to 2, is that correspondence is made possible by the openness of comportment. We can formulate correct claims only if we are already capable of behaving in a way that is open to beings. I may make the true claim, on Wednesday we had half an inch of rain. This statement accords with the facts. It harmonizes with the actuality of the water that hit the ground a few days ago. My statement is a case of presentative correspondence. It corresponds to the rain, the presets, or the presents, it corresponds to the rain and presents or represents the rain to whom one hears my statement. But what allowed me to make the statement in the first place? The rain must already be accessible to me, and I must take it as my standards for what I say. So I must pay attention to beings. I must be accessible to them so that they can be accessible to me. According to statement 3, this openness of comportment is based on freedom. We are free into openness and are free for what we encounter there. When he associates truth with freedom, Heidegger does not mean to imply that we can arbitrarily decide what is true or false. Freedom is not just an ability to do whatever we want. More profoundly, it is a release into the open area where we can meet with other beings. A rock is not free because it is not forced to do what it doesn't want, but because it is totally shut off from everything around it, and consequently cannot want or think anything. Non-human animals are not free either, according to Heidegger, even though they often do what they want because they are trapped in patterns of responses that they do not allow them to encounter other beings except insofar as those beings stimulate their own instincts. We are free, however, because we are able to encounter other beings within a world. Since my world has opened up for me in freedom, I am now able to like the rain, dislike it, protect myself against it, sing about it, or make a true statement about how much of it fell on Wednesday. End passage. Okay, even though the quotes are really, really hard and really abstract and complex and stupidly written, The explanation, at least from Polt, is relatively straightforward, and I don't want to dwell too much on it, right? But the only thing I would say is he mentions non-animals here, and I'm always a little bit torn about it. Like, it depends a little bit what we're talking about exactly. So I've mentioned in these videos a lot that I do think that it's very reasonable to talk about the human exclusivity, like I've mentioned before, especially as it pertains to like these existential questions of orientation, right? Like, who am I? What am I supposed to do? Like, these are very deep questions that I think are very hard for non-animals to, sorry, for non-human animals to have any sense of, right? And so in that sense, I do abide by this human centrality within this perspective. However, I would say that the way that he puts it here, right, that Heidegger, are trapped in patterns of responses that do not allow them to encounter other beings insofar as these beings simulate their own instincts. I think that's a bit too strong. Like, to me, there's a gap missing. Like, you don't just go from pure instinct and like zero possibility to existential awareness. Like, there's a bit of a spectrum in the middle. This is hard to talk about because there is certain ways where I do think that there isn't a spectrum. Because there isn't a spectrum of this kind of like existential import. Like deer will just never have this kind of questioning. But at the same time, like there is a kind of involvement with the world that I think is just too reductionist to just say it's pure instinct. Because the issue is also that I think if you say it's pure instinct, I think that also just reduces them to almost non-living things to some degree. Like they're just machines. And so, yeah, they're kind of different than a rock, but then also not really, right? It's just a very complicated rock. This gets into very complicated notions of what life is and the role of consciousness, qualia, blah blah blah. Yeah, this gets very out of hand. So yeah, everything that I'm saying, I'm just like just brainstorming very loosely. I know this has tons of problems and we need a much better treatment, but yeah, I'm just thinking out loud. But yeah, I just wanted to casually mention that just because this notion of animals being pure instinct, that does irk me a little bit, despite the fact that I agree with him so much on this centrality of Dasein that only human beings can possess. All right, I think that's a good place to end. Maybe we even reached an hour and a half. Okay, we're 1 minute. We are 1 minute away. So typically I would do just another passage just to click off that checkbox of doing the time that I wanted, but it's a really long note, the next one, so I can't do that. But yeah, it was fun. Thank you. All right, time for another Heidegger video. So let's just jump right into it. Start of passage. The easiest way to approach the concepts of earth and the world may be to see them as an attempt to rethink the trite distinction between nature and culture. A world can be interpreted as a culture, a system of meanings that makes it possible for a group of people to understand themselves and their environment. The earth is then nature, the pre-cultural basis for culture, a domain that follows its own necessities and resists or attempts to domesticate it. For instance, in Van Gogh's painting, the earth is revealed in its, quote, silent gift of the ripening grain, end quote, in the summer, and its unexplained self-refusal in winter. Unexplained self-refusal, also a quote. The earth is the power of nature, which is not completely under our control. Quote, that which man bases his dwelling, end quote. The vocabulary of nature and culture can also help us to understand Heidegger's claim that earth and world are essentially in conflict. Quote, in its resting upon earth, the world strives to surmount it. As the self-opening, it will tolerate nothing closed. As the sheltering and concealing, however, earth tends to always draw the world into itself and keep it there. End quote. In more familiar terms, culture arises from nature and tries to understand that from which it arises. Since a culture sheds light on people and their surroundings, it is intrinsically opposed to the obscurity and tries to illuminate nature. But, as Heraclitus said, nature loves to hide. There is always limits to what we can grasp, and nature tends to reassert itself in its mysterious power. The limits of understanding are not something so trivial as the fact that our instruments have limited precision, or that there are places where human beings have not yet been. Understanding, according to Being and Time, is intrinsically finite because it is a never perfected process of interpretation. No truth or interpretation is absolute, although some are more revealing than others. The richness of being will always involve some dimensions that are inaccessible to our current interpretations. Unconcealment thus involves both world and earth, both illumination and its limitations. So we should not be complacent about our current sense of being, the current difference it makes to us that there's something instead of nothing. Beyond any understanding of being, there is an opacity that stubbornly resists our understanding and challenges us to keep refreshing it. A work of art is a point at which strife between earth and world comes to pass. The artwork opens a world and at the same time allows the earth to display itself as earth, that is, has something concealed. Art shows us that the earth does not show itself. This power to display mystery may be unique to art. Science can show us how things show themselves, not how they hide themselves. End of passage. Okay, so this is really interesting, and I always found these concepts of earth and worlds in Heidegger sometimes a little bit confusing. So I'm not 100% sure exactly how he means it here, or what is meant by here, rather. So obviously there's this notion of never perfected interpretation. We've talked about this loads, right? And also that adaptation is always an adaptivity, right, to the world. And then there's this notion of concealment and unconcealment, which is really important and really nice as well. And also this notion that, you know, there's something to nature which resists you, right? It's kind of like that which you cannot influence is a good indication of the real, right? It's like I can think whatever I want, more or less, right? But I can't just make, you know, my bottle that's in front of me that's orange suddenly turn blue, right? It's outside of my control. And this notion of being outside my control is the fact that, you know, it's fully outside of me to some degree. And maybe the fact that it's also fully outside is also a fact that why I can never capture it, right? The fact that there's always more to the water bottle, let's say, even though I've mentioned how much I disliked object metaphors, but they're just the easiest, right? So the fact that it's outside, let's say, again, with all these Cartesian problems, is the fact that is a real thing. If it was just a figment of my imagination, for example, if I'm picturing now with my eyes closed a bottle that's orange, right? Now I just made it blue, right? I can control it, but it's not real. So there's this whole sense as well. And there's really interesting, he mentions, so we should not be complacent about our current sense of being, the current difference it makes to us, that there's something instead of nothing. I feel like this is thrown here out of nowhere. Like it looks really random. And the first time I read it, I made no sense of it whatsoever. Maybe it still doesn't make sense to me, but one interpretation that comes to mind has to do with this notion of interpretation. And the fact that you can interpret, the fact that you're always in this process of interpretation, is related to the kind of being you are. The being that cares, and also the being that cares why there's something rather than nothing, right? That is the fundamental, like the deepest mystery of being that is only apprehended by a human being, which is also very much connected to this notion, to this ability of interpretation, right? This ability to step back, this ability to reconfigure the world in a different way. So it says we should not be complacent about our current sense of being, right? So the sense that there's always more to discover, there's always more to walk towards, right? It's this infinite openness of being. And then finally, there's this notion of art, the work of art. The the artwork opens a world. So yeah, maybe this is interesting. I suppose world he means kind of like culture, I guess. And it's also very much connected to this notion of light, right? Understanding what is disclosed. And so the art gives you an understanding. It opens the world, right? As he says, Pult, that is. And then Pult says, but at the same time allows the earth to display itself as earth, that is, as something concealed. Because, again, this notion of hiddenness is very important to understanding reality in its fullness, precisely because it's infinite. Precisely because there's always more, and also precisely because it's always connected to a vantage point, to a perspective, right? So there's always a behind, we can say. And that's also connected to this notion of realness, right? The real is that which is infinite, right? You can think of it as, if how do I say this? Like if that water bottle that I was speaking to, if I draw it on a piece of paper, that is less real. And one of the ways that is less real that we can think of it is that there's less of it, right? That we could even try to put it in a scientific perspective, which I don't think it's useful, but whatever. Just to provide another angle here, which is like the amount of information that is needed to, hypothetically, assuming that it's possible, to fully describe what it is exponentially higher in the real water bottle than on my drawing, right? I suppose maybe a most straightforward example is the example of shadows, right? Which is a very Platonic thing, right? So the shadows are less real because, well, I don't know if Plato directly mentions it like this, but like one way of thinking about it is that there's more to what casts the shadow than the shadow. And also it can explain more. It relates to other things more, right? So there's this moreness, this fullness. And that's why it's more real. So all of this, to make this point, to emphasize this point about the unknown, right? The undisclosed. And so art is display between disclosure and the awareness out of the voids in which that disclosure originates from, right? Because there's also an interesting point where, if something is disclosed, if you're paying attention to it, like that already hints the moreness, right? Like, even though you have this sense of like, oh, now I have it, right? Because now you have more information, right? So there's this like psychological inclination towards, oh, now I have the model, right, of reality, right? It's like, oh, now I have this, right? Now everything makes so much sense. But if you're paying attention, there's also an element that can be the opposite, that it can be wonder and humility, which is like, wait a minute. Yes, my model of the world improved through this disclosure, but that also means that maybe there's other things to be disclosed, and therefore my current apprehension of reality might be incomplete, and it's very difficult for me to know by how much, right? Am I missing, you know, if there's a situation going on, and I only grasp it partially, like, am I understanding 10% of the situation, or 80%, or 1%, or 0.1%? Like, you don't know, generally speaking, right? And so this notion of disclosure can have this duality, and then the work of art, which obviously is what is being spoken here directly, is again this juxtaposition between light and darkness, between that which reveals that which is concealed. And I'm going to quote again the passage: art shows us that the earth does not show itself. So earth does not show itself, meaning earth, meaning nature, kind of the unknown, but then also, yeah, and also the fact that, I'm not sure how to articulate, but like, again, coming back to this Heraclitus, famous quote of, nature loves to hide, is this notion that it always disappears into from knowledge, right? And again, this has to do with the moreness, but I'm just repeating myself at this point. So this power to display mystery may be unique to art. Science can show us how things show themselves, but not how they hide themselves. Okay. And then there's this element of connection to science as well, which is like, science is light, is understanding, it shows. Art also does that because it opens up the world. But then there's also this element of like respecting the hiddenness of the earth, right? Respecting the hiddenness of reality, that which has not been disclosed, that which hides in order to show something else. Although this notion of kind of insight and arrogance about your models and whatnot that I was trying to speak about, even though I think that makes sense, I suppose that can apply to science as well. So I'm not sure if that works as well, because then you'd have to put science and art in the same bucket. And number one, I definitely don't want to do that, but also that's not what Spolt is trying to do here, and certainly not what Heidegger was trying to do either. So yeah, there's all these considerations. I'm kind of curious to maybe see the definitions of earth and worlds here on my little glossary, which sucks, as we have learned before. But it's what I have, and I don't want to make another one and print it. It's a huge pain in the ass. So let's just try to find it. So what is it? Worlds and Earth. Okay, Earth. I found it. Nice. Earth represents the dark and sheltering ground of an artwork that constantly retreats from complete human understanding and refuses to be fully mastered or reduced to mere material. Okay, that makes sense. That's exactly what I said. And now let's see worlds. Worlds. Signifies the historically open relational space where humans understands their destiny and relationships with the divine, while later works emphasize language as that which explicitly grants and holds this or open. Not sure where the divine is coming from here. What do you mean the divine? Okay, but that was a little bit confusing, but okay, I think that's good enough. So let's continue. That was note number 1, which is 20 minutes already. My God, I really need to hurry up. All right. Next. Machination anticipates what Heidegger will later call technique (parenthesis technology) or Gestell (parenthesis in framing). Machination is not just a human behavior. The act of manipulation, it is a revelation of beings as a whole, has exploitable and manipulable objects. The world seems to be a collection of present-at-hand things with no intrinsic meaning or purpose. A cold place where we cannot put down any roots. All we can do is calculate and control. We observe and measure everything. We make things go faster and faster. Our power and efficiency are ever increasing. But questioning and reflection are withering away. Quality is reduced to quantity. This mathematization of the world does away with the sacred. Heidegger speaks of, quote, the flight from the gods, quote, and another quote, the death of the moral Christian gods, end quote. In the history of machination, beings become non-beings. This expression does not mean that everything has been destroyed, but the importance of everything is in the process of dissolution. Heidegger complains that being has abandoned and withdrawn itself from all beings. That's a good quote. I should track that. So the quote that's directly from Heidegger is that being has abandoned and withdrawn itself from all beings. Then continuing the passage, the difference it makes to us that there is something rather than nothing has dwindled away to mere present at hand. The wealth of meaning has faded away, leaving only a bleak, gray wastelands. End passage. So here we have this something rather than nothing. The difference that it makes to us that there's something instead of nothing. So I'm going to say that this ability is the ability of wonder. And why do we wonder? It has to do with this notion of infinity again, right? It's like the amazement and appreciation and respect and deep attraction to the moreness of reality, right? That's why we feel wonder when we look at the stars, right? They're infinite, they're so big, and there's this notion of being overwhelming, but not in the sense of like being negative, but in the sense of like grandiosity, I guess, right? Or being in a gigantic library, right? It's kind of like, oh, right. It's this notion of awe as well. It's very much connected. And so, and only that appreciation of the moreness, which goes hand in hand with being a being that can disclose being, only that kind of being can appreciate, no, can engage with the question why there's something rather than nothing. Because that question is unintelligible to those that do not wonder, to those that are not endowed with this deep understanding of the eternal unfolding of reality. Yeah, I'll stop there. It was a bit overly poetic and a bit overly Heideggerian with some of the wording, but I think it's accurate. I think it's a decent way to put it. All right, let's go next note. Start of passage. If we think of being in its own terms, without basing it on beings, it is disclosed as the event of appropriation. We talked about appropriation lots last time. I kind of forgot. Um, Obviously, there's this notion of transfer and utility at the same time, right? It's kind of like you appropriate this, meaning this specific thing, but also for this other purpose. Either way, let's continue the passage. But although being cannot be reduced to beings, it does need beings in order to occur. Its truth needs to be sheltered in beings, right? So obviously the disclosure obviously is not happening in a vacuum, right? Like the being is ultimately about beings. Like that is unavoidable. Anyway, continuing. This opens up the possibility of a different and perhaps more accessible routes to experience being. Quotes from Heidegger. It must be possible to find the way from beings to the essential occurrence of truth and make visible, on this way, sheltering as something that belongs to truth. End quote. We can start with the particular beings and train ourselves to see them as sheltering the truth of being. This is not to be confused with the traditional procedure of metaphysics, which constructs a concept of being by finding general features of being. Traditional metaphysics might begin with a mountain and the Vietnam Veterans Memorial and ask, what is common to them both as beings? Right? As in a mountain and the memorial. Then Paul says they both present objects that have various qualities. So being, according to this way of thinking, involves presence, objectivity, quality, and so on. But Heidegger would approach the mountain or the memorial by looking for the unique way in which it embodies the conflict between world and earth, and thus points to the essential occurrence of being. A helpful passage in the contributions sketches out just such an approach. Quote, "The surest way to take an opposite path is to make visible in an interpretation the spatiality and temporality of being, the spatiality and temporality of a thing, tool, work, machination, and of every being, has modes of sheltering the truth. The interpretation must awaken new experiences, beginning with the thing. This way, starting with being and the way that beings must meet." Right. So we don't treat it as a set of features. What Heidegger is trying to say is, what Paul says here is, the unique way in which it embodies the conflict between world and earth, and thus points to the essential occurrence of being. Okay. So being is not defined by the commonality of beings as such, but the disclosure of those beings, which is the same thing to say, I would say, how Paul argues here, or articulates here, embodies the conflict between world and earth, right? Between light and darkness, between order and chaos, another way to put it, right? Between structure and dissolution, right? Between what is visible and invisible. Because that interaction, that coupling, that dynamic is what discloses the real. That is being as such. A helpful passage in the contributions sketches out just such an approach. Quote, "The surest way to take the opposite path is to make visible in an interpretation the spatiality and temporality of a thing, tool, work, machination, and of every being, as modes of sheltering the truth. The interpretation must awaken new experiences, beginning with the thing. This way, starting with being, and the way from beings must meet." Okay, let's try to pay a bit more close attention to this. The surest way to take the opposite path is the conflict, embodying the conflict between world and earth, is to make visible in an interpretation the spatiality and temporality of a thing, tool, work, machination of every being, of modes of sheltering the truth. Man, this is getting a bit complex. Just the chain of reasoning is getting a bit long, and I'm getting lost. Okay. So, there's the conflict between world and earth. That's what we're talking about. So now Heidegger says to take the opposite path, right? So to not embody the conflict between world and earth, right? So what is that opposite path, right? Against being, we can say. To make visible an interpretation of the spatiality and temporality of a thing. Tool, work, machination of every being has modes of sheltering the truth. Okay. So the embodiment of a thing, of a being, which means that it's spatially and temporally bound, right? If we think of that as simply restrictions, right? So things that are not allowing us to get the full picture, right? Which is kind of like a very scientific way of thinking, right? It's kind of like, things are limited. We need to surpass that limitation, right? We need to bring everything to light, right? We need to shine a light on the world. Okay? So the way to go against this natural conflict between world and earth and its embodiment is to make visible an interpretation of speciality and the temporality of a thing has modes of sheltering the truth. Okay, that makes sense. And then the quote, the Heidegger quotes continues: the interpretation must awaken new experiences, beginning with a thing. This way, starting with being, and the way from beings must meet. End quote. Okay, right. So I'm not sure what is meant here by the way of being. Like starting with. Not sure what it means by the way from beings. The way from beings. What is the way from being? I don't know what is the way from being. Okay. Let's just move on, continuing the passage. This programmatic statement gives us the key to unifying many of Heidegger's late essays. His plan is to focus on various realms in a way that will point being as the event, a theme that is discussed most directly in the contributions themselves. Let's see how this plan was realized. A. The work. Heidegger means the artwork. The part of the way from beings was fulfilled in the origin in the work of art. B. Machination. As we have seen, this is not just a realm of machines, but also they are revealed in a modern technological worldview. Beings as calculable, manipulable resources. This theme is explored further in post-war essays such as The Question Concerning Technology. C. The tool. Heidegger points back to the analysis of equipment as or ready-to-hand entities in being in time. In his later essays, he drops his terminology in favor of an even more ordinary word that has a broader meaning. D. The thing. As we'll see in our next chapter, some of Heidegger's best-known post-war essays are devoted to exploring things. We have then a program for Heidegger's late essays. They will explore various fields of being in order to point us towards being. Okay, end passage. Okay, I'm gonna stop here. This is the first time I make one that is this short, but I'm really tired and I'm really sleepy. I feel like I'm gonna fall asleep while sitting on the chair because I'm so sleep deprived. So I will most definitely try to push myself and not have them short, but I'll consider this a reasonable exception, just given how my eyes are so heavy and I just feel like falling asleep while I'm reading the book. So yeah, see you next time.